All right, there's audio. I don't know why. Okay. There we go. Hello everyone. Today, I guarantee we're going to be able to rip a disc with Aaru. But I'm gonna fill you in on some stuff that I did because I came in early here and I got it all working, and I also found out what I can't get working. But I'll cover that in a moment. Hello everyone, I hope you're doing well. A lot of people here already. I'll just not go through the intros. I appreciate y'all being here though. So, see, stream and playing telehack.com. What a perfect Sunday. All right. Yeah. So, many things. Actual Ubuntu install flash drive done, worked, not a problem. Don't know why that didn't work yesterday with whatever weird nonsense was going on. Also, it turns out newer versions of Ubuntu inline the NVIDIA drivers into the install ISO now, so that's kind of cool. I wasn't expecting that because that made it a lot easier and more responsive when I went to live boot. But that Gigabyte system we were using yesterday, the QX9650, my motherboard's dead. That's why it kept beeping the whole time. I pulled out the power supply this morning, put in a different one that's functional, started it up, it booted. I actually connected a Windows 7 hard drive to it so that it could just directly boot into a known functional operating system. It did. I started messing around with stuff, and then it just hard locked, just froze completely. And I even put in like a super low power 128 megabyte, what is this, a GT 430? Yeah, NVIDIA GPU. Oh, that's a gig of RAM. No? Yeah, gig of RAM. Oh, 128-bit interface. Anyway, low power GPU. So that I knew power draw was low and froze. hit the hard reset button, and then it went into the power error thing. So caps are probably bad on that board, which is hilarious because I actually have the box, and you saw it when it starts up. It cries all about, oh, super military grade capacitors, it'll last forever, and it's failed. So yeah, so that's really disappointing. It will be going into the queue of things that get entries on Caps Wiki, I guess. So that's frustrating, but oh well. So after figuring that out, I refocused efforts on the i5 system, and I have that running now. So I did not use the SSD. I put a ye old-fashioned spinny drive in there just because I have those on hand and I knew it would work. So that's what it'll be running off of today, because that is just the normal way. That way I didn't have any weird stuff getting in the way with USB nonsense. So actually, interestingly, I live booted the system off of the flash drive over the USB 3 interface, and then in the middle of the boot, it could no longer access the drive, and it said like, oh, where's the virtual file system at? And it was like, seriously? Somehow between startup, which the BIOS recognized USB 3 and that stuff, and the actual boot, it lost the ability to recognize the USB 3 stuff. So I actually had to boot it off of USB 2.0. So weird. So many dumb problems. So yeah, there it is. Let me get caught up on chat here a little bit. Gigabyte motherboard, of course it's dead. Well, this was a really nice motherboard. This is regarded as one of the best Core 2 Quad Series motherboards. So yeah. Let's see, 19... What was that there? I'm doing okay apart from this 1960s Swan 350 on the bench blowing fuses. Ouch. Yeah, the feature set was awesome on the Gigabyte board. It's worth repairing just for that. Let's see, I thought of CPU cache yesterday after I read on Gigabyte, 1011 beeps, Gigabytes boards, yep. Let's see, yep, new entry for Caps Wiki, for sure. Gigabyte made some decent motherboards. Yeah. Hopefully it didn't take anything else with it. I don't think it did. I think it'll be fine. I mean, the GPU that was in there is now in this, and this is working. I put a different GPU in there, and it was working temporarily. So what I'm guessing is, we saw yesterday that it actually was able to live boot off of the flash drive for a little bit. It got to the point where it was giving me kernel message errors, and then would not work again. I think the caps are marginal, so that once they've had a chance to relax, they actually function for a little bit, but then once they try to work, they probably overheat or something, and then fail. So that's probably, it's very, very caps type issue right now. So, okay, BCF84, thank you for the Prime sub and for the second month. Yeah, see, spinning drives are the best drives? Not really. See, military grade, aka lowest common denominator. Well, the military grade in this case just means polymer caps. That's all that means. It's not anything super weird. It's just polymer caps, which is standard now. What was high end then is just standard now. See, for a computer to do just ripping and spinning, a spinning disk should be more than enough. Yeah, exactly. And Felix 20 got it does technically have PS2. I already have a PS2 keyboard connected. So I guess we'll be switching over to a different keyboard once we get going here. So I will do that. See, USB flash drive, use floppies. Yeah, this board does not have floppies, unfortunately. Yeah, motherboard, the blue motherboard in the system that had the 4 disk drives in the front of it is bad. That's what it was. So, yeah. So, watch the vote of your struggle with Aaru yesterday. I'm so glad I'm using it on Windows for the moment. Also, you made the mistake of trying to dump with Aaru's, not Aaru F. What is Aaru F? I will have to look at what Aaru F is, because I can now 100% confirm I can dump as Aaru. So, see, making sure we regret adding change keyboard to the channel points. Yeah, more than a little bit, like I mentioned yesterday. Let me go. I actually was not prepared for that. I didn't finish getting this set up until Aaru F is the file format Aaru is outputting, but is it just like 2 different? Here, I'll just show you. Why Why is this not working? There, okay. Here's this thing, that computer running, and I've dumped an Aaru file, .aaru, and it claims it saved sub-channel data and multiple sessions and all that stuff. So I'm really not sure what Aaru-F is differently. So yeah, I don't know. Aaru-F is the format Aaru is outputting. Yeah, I don't. So it's saved as an Aaru. I mean, like, would that be any different? Create new folder, test. I'll just move all of this into there. And then I will do the same command as Aaru-F. Well, it didn't throw an error. All right, well, we'll see what the difference is. We can disable the keyboard redeem if needed. Well, we'll look at that potentially later. So the thing is I'm kind of out of keyboards to go through. We burned through all of them so fast. I was honestly expecting them to last a lot longer than they did, which is part of why I was a little annoyed yesterday with using them on my laptop all the time as well, because it was supposed to be this like fun thing where we'd reveal them like every now and then, but not every single stream. So we burned through all of my keyboards essentially like that. So that was the more frustrating part of that for me. So yeah, time to stock up on new keyboards then. I really don't need to have hundreds of keyboards all around, which is basically what it would take at this point, because I have dozens, and the next large interval is hundreds. So yeah, no. Also, keyboard weirdos make them expensive now. Let's see, Aaru-F is a default file extension, I think. Okay. Linux doesn't usually care about file extensions. Hans, so the way that this program works is that it looks at the file extension for saving the output, kind of like how GIMP has an option when you go to export a file. It'll say by extension, and then it uses like .png as the file name, as it knows it's a portable network graphics format, or JPEG as the JPEG thing. So it's looking at the file extension for the file you're saving when you run the command to figure out how it should rip and save the thing. So if Aaru-F is truly a different file format, then this will actually make a difference. So see, Aaru-F is default file extension. All right. What exactly is Aaru? Is it to create perfect one-to-one disk images for archival purposes? So Emanu, I believe it can, or comes at least as close as possible. That's kind of what I want to test. I want to put some of the more complicated CDs I have through it today and see how it handles it. So that's kind of the objective. Actually, I'm going to switch back to this while I'm just chatting here, because there's not a whole lot going on here, and we're going to be watching that a bunch, so we'll get to see that more today. So yeah, let's see, maybe Aaru and Aaru-F are interchangeable like JPEG and JPEG. Yeah, that's what I'm guessing. I don't know, we'll find out. So get to Goodwill and get more. Really, Goodwill does not have a lot of interesting keyboards anymore. They're pretty much picked over. Well, I should say, having gone to Goodwill for many decades now, you see different eras of hardware show up as people throw that stuff away. And generally, you're looking at stuff that's about a decade old. So all the beige keyboards are gone now. They are the exception, not the rule. So everything you're seeing now is from about 2010. That's roughly on average how I would say it works. So like in 2009, 2010 type stuff, I was buying Dreamcasts all the time at Goodwill. I have 9 Dreamcasts that I've stockpiled during that time because I like the Dreamcast so much. And the sound that the transport made never really made me super confident that laser system was going to work all the time. So I bought a bunch of them. But now, haven't seen a Dreamcast there in years because that's not last decade. I bought several PS3s through Goodwill as well. Once that was, actually about 2015, I think was the last one I bought. So it's, yeah, well past time where I could get interesting keyboards at Goodwill now. Let's see. Let's see. Maybe Foon should send you a box of new old keyboards. There are, yeah, I don't think that will make a ton of sense. Let's see. I think the novelty will wear out in a month or so. It's been well over a month that we've been doing it already, I think. See, you could just name it Q. So yeah, Epic, one of the things that it should be able to do. Well, okay, here's the thing. The disc that it's currently ripping is Poodle Hat, which is a Blue Book disc, which has 2 sessions on it, which would mean it would have to output 2 separate bin queues. So that's a thing. Part of why the Aaru format needs to exist. So I don't know. Let's see. Not all CDs are compatible with bin queue format. That is untrue. Every CD is compatible with bin queue format. Not all CDs are compatible with the ISO format, but every single CD that is like an actual CD can be ripped as bin queue. See, to be very honest, the documentation is kind of not good. They have no list what output formats, extensions they support. Yeah, their output formats are kind of weird. I'm not sure I fully understand them. So yeah. So you can confirm Shelby's thrift store story. Currently see a lot of late 10s keyboards. Yep. Did the install ever get past 33%? No, it did not. I canned it, and then this morning I came in like 2 hours early this morning and actually set up the system, and I installed 2204 on here, I believe. ls b_release-a. Yes, this is 2204 on here now. So see. Yeah, Dreamcast disk drives are very temperamental. Yeah, I have actually had some start to fail now, so I'm glad I stocked up because I really like the Dreamcast, and I prefer to play on original hardware. See, here the DAV thrift stores want you to go for where you want to go for beige hardware. That's nice. There's too many people in the Phoenix area that buy stuff specifically to flip online, so it's not really possible here anymore. Probably why there's ODAs for Dreamcast, otherwise consoles will be slowly dying. Yep, yeah, I do need to get one at some point. I want a riced out Dreamcast. I have enough of them that I won't feel super bad about doing that, and I have enough original hardware that I will probably use that when I want to. So, yeah. So the Aaru formats to get what? Yeah, well, so Noodles, we can actually run that. Aaru formats. So if I bring this back up here, we can see these are, come on, just zoom. Why is it not cancel? Control Z, there we go. So these are, it doesn't show extensions, all right? And then I'm not even sure here, less, all right, AA. Next, yeah, it doesn't even list its own file formats in here, which is kind of weird. Hold on, CryoFlux Stream. I thought it didn't have support for that. Interesting. We might have to look at that at some point in a later date. Oh, Aaru format, there we go. So it has that, but then it doesn't have whatever the other one is. Maybe Aaru format's a full name, and it is like JPEG with or without the E. So, see, how does it feel having Firefox stuck in a snap? It sucks, I hate it. Let's see, a few common issues Dreamcast with very easy fixes. Would definitely be worth looking up your issues. All right. Oh yeah, stuff like the power supply and the battery and all that, very easy to fix. See, what games do you play on the Dreamcast? Mostly Sonic Adventure. Maglev Racing, also very good. Toy Commander. Oh, that game rocks. Oh my gosh. So yeah, there's a lot of good Dreamcast games. Also have, actually, here's an interesting one. I think I have it over here. Did it make its way to the shelf? This is worth taking a moment to show if you're familiar with the Dreamcast library, because you'll go, what? If it's made its way to my shelf over here, it has. Oh yes. This is one that I'm particularly proud to have been able to get. Along with Toy Commanders, another big Dreamcast game of that style is Fur Fighters. It was released on PC. So I actually have a sealed copy of Fur Fighters for PC. One of these days I need to open it and get an image and stuff, because I don't know that it's been backed up online, and it's starting to suffer the unopened box fate. It's just been one of the boxes that I've held on to or held off from opening so that I could demonstrate that or film what the contents are. So yeah, this is Fur Fighters. So yeah, really good one there. I'll put this back for you so you can watch that. You'll notice right there that it's actually ripping all of the sub channels in multiple passes, which interestingly, I've already ripped this disk and it had errors on the sub channels, and I think the sub channels have less data redundancy, so that kind of makes sense that there would be errors in that as opposed to the actual data. So I actually have 2 copies of Poodle Hat. There's a second disc in here, and I'm going to rip both and compare them. So, Hans, if I switch from Firefox Snap, I'm going to switch to the actual deb file, or just the raw binary, one of the two. Let's see. Maybe you can save laser changes directly to the CrowdFlux file. It might, because part of its thing is that part of the goal, I think, for Aaru is that it will operate in like a mezzanine interchangeable format structure for stuff, so it might actually be able to convert like a CD to a CrowdFlux stream file if it's really capable of doing that. Let's see. So the CryoFlex format does not actually do anything. Let's see. I've tried it with a CDR that has some minor rot. Shelby script completely failed on it, while Aaru was able to fully dump it. Took a while though. So my script just uses CDR DAO. That's basically how it rips a disk. There's nothing I can do with bash that CDR DAO can't do. So that's about the best it can do. You can set different levels of rereading with CDR DAO. I think I have it set to a medium setting, but yeah. Additionally, I think Aaru will just rip a bad disk and then not really complain about it. You know what? We should probably pick a bad CD and try and rip it with Aaru, because it won't necessarily produce a viable disk. It might just rip through it for preservation's sake. So that could be a thing. Because I think reading through their documentation, one of their things is that you're able to rip like multiple copies of the same disk and then try and reconstruct a viable one out of them if they're all differently damaged. So that's a thing. So yeah. Static Anachromatic, I believe that was in relation to Fur Fighters. Fur Fighters is a third-person shooter type game using teddy bears as the characters. Think of it kind of like the war section in Conker's Bad Fur Day, but a whole game. Let's see. Compile Firefox live on stream? No. Just no. See, I fell asleep to yesterday's stream. This is the i5 system, and I came in this morning and fully redid all of the software. So, yeah. Let's see, with the -p parameter, you can set the number of retries. Default is always 5. Yeah, for CDR DAO, something like that. So I'm Total Rebel and just use Waterfox or Vivaldi or Brave. I mean, most of those are just, that's not a Total Rebel. You're just using the same engine with a different frame. Let's see, Libre Wolf is my browser of choice. Yeah, I'm just gonna use Firefox, I don't really care. Let's see, I love these data preservation streams and the work you're doing. I appreciate that. I'm just getting ready to do some Commodore archiving, just need the space. Yeah, you'll definitely want, I would recommend a Grease Weasel for Commodore. You can build the XA15 whatever cable like I showed in a video, but Grease Weasel with just a regular PC floppy drive is gonna be way easier. Yeah. Let's see. I'd be interested to see how it handles bad disk. Yes, yeah, I should try that. I actually had some bad PS2 discs sitting on my desk this morning that if I'd thought of that then I could have grabbed. I actually would have liked to grab, because one of them is Jak and Daxter 3, and I didn't realize that my copy was bad. That's really frustrating, because I think I bought it brand new and then loaned it to someone and now it's scratched up. So that's annoying. Let's see. Out of all of these Brave makes, okay, it's browser. See, having to relog into websites, yeah. What is this based on? Love, see, old UI, so, Cobrian, it's not the, Waterfox doesn't use like the super old Firefox extension format that can do, there was a program or a plugin I very much liked called Tab Groups that would let you, have like folders of tabs that you could switch between. That one doesn't work on there still, does it? Let's see, can you rip PS2 discs with the crazy DRM in it? Oh, you know, that could be it too. I don't know. I was using DD Rescue for PS2 discs since they're UDF and would rip to an eye. So to the best of my knowledge, there is no kind of super disc format that you can rip a DVD to. So let's see. My opinion on crypto. Yeah, no. Yeah, let's see. I also love that the ROF format is already compressed, no more. I prefer it not be compressed because it just adds extra steps, in my opinion. The distinction or the difference is not going to be worth it, and I don't know, I wouldn't bother with it. Yeah, Grease Weasel, super cheap compared to something like the CryoFlux for sure, and does basically the exact same things. So I'd highly recommend that. See, by the way, what would you do with a CD you'd want to read, but it's not readable properly because a sticker warped it? So do you have something? Let's see, I think I brought some examples of that. Where'd they end up? Is it this? No. Where are those at? I think I brought them. One moment. Where did that go? Well, I'm gonna need those later, so that's a problem. I had a couple copies of Crash Bandicoot for the PS1 that I thought I brought. Oh no, here we go. It's Ridge Racer. Are you dealing with something? Cams, C. Why does this never work right? Cams, C. So you're dealing with something like this Hollywood Video disc with the sticker on it. I've never heard of that warping a disc. Like, this thing's perfectly flat. I think that you might have had a heat exposure more than the sticker causing that, because I don't really know how the sticker would pull the polycarbonate enough to do that. Side note, I'm actually really glad these are on here now because they make it almost impossible to puncture the data layer on the disc. So that part is like perfect. The only thing you can have are scratches on the media itself. So I kind of like the full stickers now. Previously I didn't, but for preservation, yeah. Let's see. ROF full disc sticker, just paper sticker. Oh, that's really weird. See, Rip Hollywood Video, they had the best candy. Stacked Anachronistic, you wanted to see a rental copy of Ridge Racer? Is that what you were after? See, turns out the sticker was industrial adhesive on a sheet of aluminum. Yeah. See, might have been heat. Yeah, I feel like it's probably not the sticker. So. All right, I'm guessing this is about to finish here. I'm gonna go ahead and zoom that in for you so it's a little easier to see. Yeah, it keeps retrying sub-channels, so if I open this, I might actually be able to show you the output. I don't know how it logs data. Looks like it does it. So this is a disk that I already ripped, as I mentioned, and it had how many sectors fail? It told me at some point here. Closing output file. I don't like that. Why isn't it like a file format? That means that it's a file format that is slightly dangerous or could be damaged. I don't like that. Okay, this didn't say how many failed subchannels were. Sublog. Could it be this? No. Okay. Well, it said it in the output of the command, so we'll see that in a moment. Let's see. I know you're referencing the speaker. Oh, okay. Let's see. So sad when you try to pull a sticker off CD and just rips the data layer off. Yeah, don't do it anymore. It's not worth it. Got to start making data layer protective sheets for CDs. I would be for that. I kind of wish that it was just part of the standard that there was some more protection on it. I think PS3 games had that. They're slightly more robust to being scratched, but yeah, overall the optical media format should have had some more protection on the data layer side. Yeah, goodbye. Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2 for PS. Yeah, thankfully you can get that for PC too, though. Not that you lost the only copy of the PlayStation version, but yeah. Let's see. All right. This should be done. Actually, it's going to get to past 5 on some of these. So I mentioned this as I was kind of, see, PS3's Blu-ray, and every Blu-ray has special coding on the data side. Okay, I didn't know that it was all of them. I haven't actually manipulated enough normal Blu-rays to really know. Wow, Friends, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. Oh, I never changed the keyboard. Sorry, Felix. Let me do that while this is still going. Yeah, thank you, friends. So, all right, I was using, ooh, you know what? I accidentally already picked a vintage keyboard, so you know what? I'm gonna go the other way. We're gonna use a DOS keyboard on this thing, which I've shown the party trick for this keyboard before, but it's still fun. The stand that raises up the back of the keyboard on a DOS keyboard is actually a magnetically attached ruler that has markings on it so you can do measurements, because this is a German keyboard that wants you to really feel like it's a German keyboard. So you can see it's a ruler with measurement markings on it. So, yeah. So Tillwolf, PS2 is not hot swappable. That is true. The standard for PS2 did not specify that it's hot swappable, but the actual problem with PS2 being hot swapped is that you'll get a current inrush that can damage parts of the motherboard because it's not expecting it when you plug it in. But if you just unplug it, you don't have that problem. So going from PS2 to USB here is going to be totally safe. So we'll go this way. Let's see. And plug. Goodbye, numpad. I hardly knew ye. Okay. So there we go. Boom, boom, functional. All right, back to this. Hello, Sergeant Silver, and yes, I do now have a ripping PC alive. The one that I was previously using, that was the Gigabyte motherboard with the 4 optical drives in the case, is the motherboard's dead, unfortunately. So, yeah, that's not going to be usable this time. Yeah. See, I miss having serial ports on computers. This actually has a real serial port header on it. I haven't bothered putting the panel on it yet, but it does have one. See, I enjoy my wireless PS2 keyboard. I've had some of those. I stupidly got rid of them. Well, I say stupidly, they sucked, but it would be kind of nice to have a wireless PS2 keyboard now. Yeah. Okay. Aaru really does take a long time. Looks like it started 13 minutes ago based on the file logs here. It seems to be mostly the sub-channel stuff that takes the most time. Like, it's been done with the actual bin file, the binary file that's got all the real data in it for a while. But it's still working on sub-channel stuff. So, I mentioned it, I forgot to really get into the details. So, sub-channel data is not stored in the normal data area on a CD-ROM, so it has less redundancy, and then it's not even stored in like the weird Nyquist multi-sample weird stuff that's supposed to add some like bit protection level data redundancy. Sub-channel data is in a completely different area, so it's not as recoverable as regular audio samples or the data sectors are, so it is actually more prone to being damaged. So when it's retrying these sectors here, I think it's reading sectors that it had issues with the sub-channel data. So yeah, I don't know how much of a problem that's going to be on all the disks, but yeah, let's see. By the way, I haven't had mobs. Oh, how do I do that, Helencroft? I'd be down for that. Let's see. Let's see, I used to have wireless PS2. Yep. Need better USB serial, supports full RS-232 protocol. Good luck, Franz. That's a hard sell. That's hard to find. So you're going on a bike ride while listening? Ah, cool. Keep streams up, they're really enjoyable. Okay. See, if you cancel, it will skip the sub-channel thing and put out the file. Yeah, this is a disc that I definitely want the sub-channel on, but the one that sub-channel is going to be really interesting on is going to be the Dragonforce Cd, wherever that is. Okay, well, it's apparently with the Crash Bandicoot discs, wherever those ended up, because I don't see it. So that's fun. Yeah, so Dragonforce Cd actually has CD text in it, which is data that is stored in the subchannel. And I want to see what this can do with that. All right. Can you tell it to not read subchannel data? Maybe, but I want it to. That's part of the reason to use this file format, is to have it read the subchannel data. Okay, so pretty sure they're PCIe serial. Oh, there's definitely PCIe serial. Okay. Let me see if I can figure out how to give mods channel point control stuff. I'm not going to be able to see chat here for a moment, I think. So, alright, let's do this. Oh, that was worse. Settings, moderation. Okay, permitted. No, channel privileges. No. Moderator tools and chat. Let your moderators view chat history. Okay. Let me bring up chat on my laptop so I can see that while this is going on. Boom. Okay. Let's see. Wow, CD that actually had CD text on it. Yeah, it was published by, I believe it was published by Sony Warner, so they were the ones who mostly did it. Yeah. I need to be more careful since the layers. Yeah. Okay. So, how do I do this? Activity. Oh, I had it on another monitor as well. Considering it was reading subchannel on every single disk, I've tried. I wonder if retrying sectors that are empty and don't have any data, and it can't be distinguished from no data and corrupt data. I don't think so. I think that it's probably just because there's less data redundancy, it tries to read it and it doesn't get a satisfying, clear read on the data. So that's probably what it is. Because one of the things, CDs aren't just ones and zeros. There are pits on the disk that are used to align to the bits. So it's not just going to be like a big blank area and then it swipes the laser over and it's like, oh no, I didn't find anything. That's not how it works. There is like a carrier frequency to it, so it would know where the data should be. I have, oh, maybe it's under channel point rewards. So, like, I have no idea how to enable mod control over this. See, firmware may not properly return subchannel data as well. Yeah, that's a thing. Disk drive, some disk drives will not do some things, and it's really annoying. So, yeah, that is a problem. Surprised the CD drive did such control over how it works. I'd imagine they just abstract over all of it. Well, it kind of goes back to ye old CD drives. Well, Hellcraft, I will forget. So I was just trying to see if I can find it. And this is still going. It's gonna end soon now. We're in past 5, so yeah. Oh well. I don't know how. All right, I'll just go back to chat. Oh, there's the thing for the, okay, well, whatever. I finally found a button I was looking for. All right. Closing out output file. There we go. That's the end of it. Again, I really don't like the fact that it has to close. That bothers me, but oh well. Let's see. All right. So 518. Yeah, so I'm guessing there is no difference between Aaru and Aaru F. I wonder if I could add even more characters and it's just like matching the beginning of it. Let's see. Can you read 4K BDs with normal PC BD drives, or they fiddle with too much? So the thing is that there are different layers of the disk, and the laser focuses through the layers. When they say 3D, they don't mean like 3D glasses. They mean there's stacked layers on top of each other. It's a higher density disk. That's what it is. So, yeah. Let's see. It's just making sure that the OS flushes its buffer to the file, so if something happens, you'd only be missing hashes and stuff. Maybe? I don't know. I guess. That would probably make more sense. but it's also compressed. So that's part of what goes into having incomplete files. I don't know. Okay. 4K and 3D Blu-ray drives need higher capable bandwidth compared to original Blu-ray drives. Yes. All right. 0 sectors cannot be read. 15, 92, 29 sub-channels cannot be read. That's about how many there were before. I didn't catch that, and it didn't appear to save it unless it's like in this. That's a bunch of stuff. Okay, as long as the drive supports BDXL, you should be good. Yeah, pretty much. That's the 100 gigabyte. Yeah, I really don't like the names. That's a 100 gig Blu-ray disc. Like, the only times that it really makes a difference for distinction is whether you have like dual layer Blu-ray, which is kind of what the BDXL versus BD is, and it's just it goes back through it at a different, you know, depth. So 128 gigabyte if you're in Japan. Interesting. So all right, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna checksum these two files, and I'm gonna guess they're gonna be different. Boom. All right, ends in CEB. Checksum, calculate, ends in, yeah. So different hashes. So Helen Croft, when you were ripping your weird Simon's disk, were you hashing the Aaru files, or were you getting different hashes from within Aaru or something? Because I'm curious about that. Because I wouldn't be surprised if it's pretty much always going to return different checksums. So check out the list of BDXL Freedom drives. Interesting. You did MD hashes on the bin files. Okay. Did you rip straight to bin, or did you use the intermediary file format? Yeah, that makes sense, J Metal. I have a feeling that it's just going to be the way that it rips the discs is going to be less consistent. So, yeah. Have you tried to burn any of these? This is the second disc image I've ever ripped, and the other one was finished 5 minutes before I was live, so no. And that is an interesting question. So I actually did bring media today. We could theoretically burn one of these and see if it works. So we may try that. I haven't decided how I want to handle that yet. But yeah, it might be something that we could do. See, I used ISO Buster and XP to rip straight to bin queue. Oh, okay. I thought you used Aaru. Okay. Okay, let's, So, all right. I think what we need to do now is figure out how to get usable data out of the Aaru file, because that's like going to be a thing. So, yeah, not seeing any options to burn. That would be interesting if they didn't. Like some people have mentioned, the documentation is somewhat lacking. But it's probably, let's see, where is it? Their website is better. So I'm going to look for that instead. So I'm just going to Google the name of the thing. Whoa, that was weird. What is going on there? I'm going to guess Snap stupidity is causing issues, because that's fine, but that's not. If I remove that, cool. Yep, containerizing all programs was such a good idea. All right, this is what I was looking for. So Epic, that's, I guarantee that won't do what I want. See, I saw you can extract to other image file formats. Didn't say anything about burning straight. Yeah, okay. So this file has 2 bin queues. One of them contains raw audio tracks, and one of them contains a hybrid ISO 9660 and HFS file system. And I actually did mention that in the log somewhere. So if we look at this, I think it mentioned that here. Yeah, found file system ISO 9660 and file system HFS. And you'll notice that these are literally like less than 100 sectors difference in length. So what I bet it is I bet all the files are actually stored in the HFS file system, And then this is referencing the location of the data inside the HFS file system with statically linked pointer type things. Let's see. Does Aaru do CD Paranoia style ripping of audio tracks? So Vorpal Sword. The first thing you need to understand is that what CDR-DAO is doing, well, CD Paranoia is just a wrapper on top of CDR-DAO. And what that's doing is it's just reading the same sector multiple times on the disk and then finding out which reads matched and then using that data. So if it reads the sector 5 times and one of them is different, it's going to use the value that it got from the 4 other ones. That is not a feature that is unique to CD Paranoia. A lot of different programs use that, but CD Paranoia, because either the name or just the way that the community started relying on that for ripping stuff, they feel like it has some kind of magic properties, and it is no different than any other ripping program that just rereads the same sector multiple times and looks for a consensus on the data. So yeah, this I'm pretty sure is doing that. I believe that you can get a confidence measurement from reading a disk, but it's doing it so slowly that it's probably doing like multiple reads. See, correctly read sector subchannel. So the long answer is I'm pretty sure. The short answer is I don't actually know because I'm not super familiar with the software yet. So yeah, it is different. It's the only software with smiles in the output. Yeah. All right, so let's see. Brief source code scan, the message closing output file is simply releasing the file back to the OS, closing the byte stream. Okay, that makes sense. Especially when you're dealing with like CDs where there has to be a lead out track that's like the disk is over. That kind of thing makes me a little itchy. But thank you for looking at the source. That's nice to know. Okay. Does Aaru support writing any original media then? Because it's extract files from media dump. So like this is going to be the next thing here. So file system extract. Well, that's not what I want. That's interesting. So here's what I envision with Aaru, all right? Aaru will be used as a replacement for CDR-DAO in my ripping script that some of you have been looking at, all right? So instead of running CDR-DAO, it'll check to see, it'll run like which Aaru, and then if Aaru is there, rip with Aaru, and then extract a bin queue from there. Because the way I've written my CD ripping script is that it reads the disk, generates the bin queue, and then all other operations for the data in the disk are handled by or handled with the bin queue file. Because the idea was initially that it could be threaded, where it could rip the disk, generate the bin queue, and then eject the disk, ask for the next one, and then in the background start working on the actual extraction of the data from the bin queue file. So like it reads the audio tracks from the bin queue instead of the CD itself, because as long as it gets an actual read of the bin queue, you're going to get the exact same data out of there. So yeah. So what I will end up doing is, instead of using CDR-DAO to generate the bin queue, I will just use Aaru. But it looks like Aaru could potentially here extract files from the ISOs a little bit better, because as I've demonstrated, 7-zip can't extract ISOs or data from the hybrid ISOs that are HFS and ISO 9660. So that could be interesting. Might try that. Let's see. Bin queue is for multi-session. No, bin queue cannot do multi-session. Bin queue can only do a single session. So, yeah, bin queue is for multi-track, but it's only one session. You can't put multiple sessions in a bin queue. So, oh, bin queue is an issue. Sorry, I thought you said is for. My apologies. See, it is yeah, that's a thing. So that's part of why I know that command that Epic's recommending there. I have to know more. I have to go. That's why I'm looking on the website right now. I'm gonna figure out what the correct command is going to be for different sessions. So like, I appreciate you guys trying to give me like the commands and stuff here, but this is one of those times where I'm gonna have to actually like read the stuff about how to use the software because I need to know the peculiarities of it. So let's see. I guess, yeah, it's going to be convert a media dump. Cool. How about this? Nope. Okay. Huh. All right. Extracted my name of folder. I don't want the. I see that. See the Vorpal sword. I guess I'll try this. Navigate from start every time. What? Hold on, this to, oh, that's gross. Okay, cool. Tillwolf. So you're extracting just the raw files. That's not my primary concern here. I want to convert this to bin queues, multiple of them. Kind of like, I think, was it you or no? I think it might have been someone else who had the weird disk that had multiple sessions on it, and they all ended up with the same name. So, yeah. Say, just add the current URL. Oh, do they append it? So, like, if I click this, oh wow, it really is that. So if I get rid of that, then it breaks. Hold on. Delete, delete, bingo. Oh, that's awful. Yeah, that's really broken. Okay. Oh, that's hilarious. All right. Vorpal sword, that was you. Okay. So yeah. All right, that makes sense then. So yeah, Epic, that command would, or no, Tillwolf, that command would extract the files. I don't want the files right now. I want bin queues. So bad documentation is worse than no documentation. Well, it was looking like no documentation. If you click this, then it 404s, but yeah. Okay, so image convert. Okay. Oh, that's a good move, Vorpal sword, to submit the bug. Okay, drive model. Okay, that's weird. All right, you know what? Let's look at this. Control F, session. Hold on. Typity type. Okay. Control F. What's this? What's going on here? Control F. Find and hold on a moment. It looks like all of the shortcuts are broken. All right, screw this. Sudo apt purge snap. You know what would have been smart? If I downloaded Firefox as a deb file first. Oh well. Sudo apt install. Actually, I wonder if it'll still run. Unknown application folder. Perfect. Sudo apt install Firefox. Boom. New packages will be installed. Snapd. Unacceptable. Okay. Hold on, is Conqueror installed? Get Conqueror. You know what? Well, yeah, let's just install that real quick. This better not be a snap 2. I'm using this in lieu of IE so that I can download a deb file for Firefox. I'm not going to use Flatpak. I'm going to use Debian packages like the operating system was designed for. Oh, it opened a bajillion windows. Cool. Okay. Firefox.com. Man, this really is Internet Explorer. If it's integrated file browser and web browser, that's awful. Oh, seriously? You're gonna immediately open the archive? That's awful. No. Bad web browser. No, and then it's gonna crash. All right, I'm gonna copy the URL with Conqueror this time. And then I will wget it. Would you like to restore these previous sessions? A tar file? Do not restore. Good, that it got a proper port of IE. Yeah, really. Is there a history? View. There is no history. Cool. Okay. Firefox.com. I don't actually want this. Download Firefox. Why is the URL download things? Can't I just... Please don't do things. Okay, here, stop. Stop. No, bad. Back. Oh my gosh. Stop. Okay, but that's not enough. Go for a little bit, stop. Oh, wait, hold on, here. Copy. There we go, okay. wget. Nope, not caps lock. I keep hitting caps lock because I have that rebound to meta. There we go. IE's the only browser that can open FTP links natively. Let's see. FTP hpe.com. Oh, let's try a different one. Because I don't actually know that HP will. Old school .org. I think that's it. Well, I don't know. But it doesn't matter. We have Firefox downloaded. tar dash xvf Firefox. That's right. You just saw me defuse the bomb. Let's see. I have no clue why they got rid of it. Chrome used to be able to do that. Step away for a moment, and we're installing Firefox. Yeah, Spies of Mud. Turns out that they've polluted the actual Firefox so much that it's unusable with Snap. So that's not acceptable. There we go. And what do you know? We have shortcuts now. It's a miracle. All right. Aaru data preservation. That. That pretty much would magically turn it back into a snap. Yeah, really. Okay, so what was I trying to do? I was trying to control F something. Oh, I was trying to do sessions. I was trying to figure out sessions, convert a thing, and then I was going to try and control F sessions. So convert a media dump, control F. Hey, look, the thing shows up now. Sessions. Or session. No? Really? Interesting. See, FileZilla don't take a full FTP link, only hostname. Yeah, no, that part kind of sucks. Yeah, the depreciation of FTP is a huge mistake in large. So, yeah. Let's see, count how many sectors, convert, debug, verbose, count, comments, creator. Is that gonna have like my name in it if I show creator? Weird. Drive model. Drive serial. Well, I don't like that being in there, but okay. Continuous conversion even if sector media tag will be lost in the process. I mean, that's just gonna happen for everything. Last sequence, manufacturer, media model, part number, media serial. That's also weird. Options, pass option to the input plugin. Oh, okay. So, all right. That's a lot of stuff there. Dedupe. Well, what's it converting to? It's converting an ISO to an Aaru file? Is that what I'm seeing here? Okay. Noodles, I don't have to have Snap make me suspicious. Snap is just broken. So, there's reason enough to not like it. It just flat out does not work. Containerizing every program is a terrible idea. It just is, straight up. I don't care what version of it you're using, app image, Flatpak, Snap. Containerization of all software, bad. Only in some server environments like Docker and Kubernetes could I see it possibly make any kind of sense. So, yeah, exactly, Epic. That's the only time when I feel like it's somewhat reasonable. Okay, I have no idea what this is gonna do, so we'll just try outputting a bin queue and see what happens. So, Aaru, does it convert? Is that the thing? Boop, image, convert. I don't like that it doesn't have tab complete, but eh. See, DevOps engineer and I 1,000,000% agree. See, on server, Snap is okay-ish. It sucks on desktop. Again, I could see it being okay on there, but the problem is there's too much interoperability on desktops. You have too many things that are very critical, and then isolating each other. Like, I bet if I try to save a file in that horrible broken version of Snap on Firefox, it will only be able to save it to the Documents folder. Not even the Downloads folder, just Documents, because Snap is so obsessive about restricting what folders it can access. So it's just ridiculous. All right, test dot there to, I don't know, test dot, I'll give it an easy one. We'll do Q first and see what happens. Okay. Input image file is, yep, okay, Q sheet. So, hold on, did it just, converting image will lose media tag CD full talk? Okay, let's try F, dash F. Good, it's making a bin, all right. I intentionally left off the F first. I was pretty sure it was gonna need that. To the best of my knowledge, literally every single file format it could output, though, will need dash F. So that's kind of a dumb flag to have, but I guess it makes sense as a warning. I think we confirmed that with the Snap version of it. Yeah, HXC, definitely, Portizo. See, Flatpak failed, tried PyCharm IDE as a Flatpak. It failed to open the embedded terminal because I had ZSH as my shell and I couldn't access it. That's great. Let's see. I don't mind containerized or whatever processes, but it needs to be like every other platform has done at this point, where it can prompt for permissions to access things. Well, Paul Guy, the other problem is that it depends on how it statically links its dependencies. Because there are times when it can make sense. I've talked about this before. I personally made an app image of a program called Ruby Ripper because it used an older version of the Ruby programming language, not Ruby on Rails, just pre that, just old Ruby, to rip CDs. This was in an older version of this project. And I could only get it to install on Ubuntu 14 because that was when that version of Ruby was applicable. And I app imaged it myself so that it could have everything all bundled into one binary, and then I could bring it forward to other systems. So in that instance, it was a usability and portability thing. But for just straight up software distribution, it's dumb because you're just duplicating data so much. So yeah. Problem is that requires APIs, since there's no so many different containerization methods, nobody can decide on one, and now we're all the same situation where we're different toolkits for Linux. Now they all need to play nice with each other. Exactly. That's why none is the correct answer. Thankfully, none will always be an option because you have to actually write a program as normal and then package it in Snap, Flatpak, App Image, whatever. There is no native App Image, Flatpak, Snap, whatever programming language or environment, so you don't have to worry about that. You'll always be able to just make a normal program. Okay, so we have a, well, that's really weird, a 700 megabyte bin queue. What did this do? Session 1? What? Oh, that's gross. Oh, that's wrong. No, bad. So it put all of the bins together in one thing. There is no such thing as a multi-session bin queue. You can see here, REM session 1, it just concatenated the sessions. So this is now just a mixed mode bin queue. It's exactly the same as, well, it's actually in violation of the whole reason that Blue Book exists. If you burned this to a disk now, you would not have a duplicate of this. You would have effectively the same thing as, where did it go? This, Revolt, except the data track would be at the end this time, which might not even work. I'm not sure. Yeah, PC might only mount the first track if it's data, or else it would have always put the data track at the end. I think it has to be the first track. Sad Shelby noises? Kind of. This needs to be able to export 2 different bin queues. That is a requirement. Burn it and check. I don't have to burn it. I guarantee it. Guarantee it. 100%. This is not multi-session. That's not how it works. We can see here, REM, lead out. Yeah, no. Try it live, burn it. No, I don't have to burn it. I know. I will, how about I mount the bin queue instead? How about we just do that? What is it? Cd emu, is that the program? Yeah, it is. Okay, can I install that? Let's see. Oh, that's right, I was running it in here. Well, we'll just run that headless in the background so I can actually use this terminal. Boom. Sudo apt install gcd emu. Is that not a thing? Okay, well, let's do it this way then. View last visited as it should be. See, careful, it's going to install as a snap. Yeah, really. Snap's now purged. CDR bin queue sheets include ones with ISO Buster extensions. I think multi-sessions non-standard well, but the thing is, you should still be able to export multiple bin queues, period. That's the only way it can be allowed to work. So, yeah. Yeah, I am not interested in any weird variants. It has to be multiple bin queues. That's the standard way. Let's see. U8 I and install. Oh, did I? I did. Okay. L. That was capital L. Stupid. I'm about ready to rebind caps lock to meta on here just so that I can stop accidentally doing that. Okay. Oh, man. Okay. It's not on there. Unless... yeah, there's going to be a couple of things that start with G. Okay, yeah, it's not in there. All right. Packages. Debian packages. I don't want to have to compile it. App search CD emu. I mean, CD emu might actually be installed. CD emu. Nope. All right. I've never done app search, or at least I've not done it intentionally. CD emu. Great. All right, let's just look at this. Yeah, I don't know why you go to that and then it's like, here's how you compile it into a deb package. It's like, it's not what I want. Ubuntu repository, here we go. Here's how to make a repository. There we are, perfect. This is what I want. Boom. It's disappointing that this is now going to be on the internet for the rest of time. The sudo apt update after adding a repo, it should have never been required. If you ran apt add repository, it should have always updated afterwards. It's like the most simple, basic thing to do, but no, because it wasn't in there by default, now until the end of time, it's always going to have it there. All right, that should work. Oh, that was search. Okay, install. Boom, let's go. Alrighty. You don't want to update if you're not connected to the internet, but that's like, oh, okay, sarcasm, yeah. I could barely, Twitch doesn't always properly show the next line sometimes, so I barely saw the /s. Alrighty. Yeah, Portizo, now it does. It didn't in the past. That's what I'm saying. Is that it's a shame it didn't always do it. Keep in mind, this is Linux. Linux is probably going to be smart enough to find that ISO 9660 file system and actually show it. But it doesn't mean that it's right. But it should show up as two separate CDs. It may be possible to play the data track as audio, though, because of this. Actually, I'm curious here. I have audio. Okay. So we can potentially play sound here. So you don't want to update it. Oh, yeah, that was already, I already read that. All right. All right, setting it up. Oh, that was probably extra loud. Sorry, didn't mean to crack my finger right next to the mic. I crack my thumbs, I usually like pry it against something there. So I think this is a consequence of integrating all the apt commands into a single command. Yeah. Well, I like that it does it now. It's a shame that it didn't do it before. Let's see. Audio on Linux. It's not more likely than you'd think. Actually, I have a running joke with people I get into Discord calls with that, like, you won't believe where I'm contacting you from. Linux. Audio actually worked today. K-Green, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Wow. I appreciate that. Thank you. All right, we've got GCD emu installed, so boom, mounting. There we are. We do have, actually, let's eject the real disk. Okay, because that will have showed up still. Okay, so we have CD-ROM and this. This is cannot read dev. Okay, so we have this. Oh, that's interesting. We cannot see the data track. CD dash info. Actually, I haven't installed that yet. One moment. Apt install that stuff. Let's plug that in over there. M Lawyer, thank you for the Prime sub. Pipewire, this might actually be Pipewire. I can't remember. Ubuntu, I think, has switched to that, hasn't it? Let's see. Entire Discord not supporting sharing of specific applications audio, especially with Pipewire. Discord on Linux just straight up does not do audio. So, sounds like you need to do some bug reports for Aaru. Yeah, either that or become a developer. I'm not sure. The goals of this project are noble enough, and I am well versed enough in this that I might actually consider it. It just depends on how easily I can learn the code base and make changes without having to become an expert in .NET, because that's going to be a big deal. Okay, so I want to do cd info. I don't know how GCDemu shows a disk up. So is there going to be like dev sr1? Perfect. That's exactly what I want. Actually, can that 1. Okay. So we have a data track at the end of the disk here. In the end, shall we will rewrite the entire thing? I don't think so. Yeah, so data track at the end. Okay. And Linux is not seeing that because no. I will point out here yesterday, when we looked at the disc, it showed track names. Now, the reason it was able to do that is because it was able to get a CDDB disk ID from the disk. Doing this actually breaks CDDB disk IDs, including the 2 sessions together, because one, you can only get a CDDB ID from a single session. If you put the 2 sessions together, it will change the ID. So, that's another reason this is a bad idea. So, all right. Yeah, we can't access the data track at all, even on Linux. I'm really surprised Linux doesn't show the data track. But okay, so yeah, that can confirm that bin queue is broken. This is if there is not a way to export separate bin queues, this is not acceptable. Actually, yeah, Vorpal Sword, there is an option for conversion separate Boolean, write each track to a separate track. Ooh, hold on here. There's an option for conversion separate. That is track, not session, though. Yeah, Vorpal Sword, how did you... Is this the issue you had when you tried to export your weird disk that has the 3 sessions on it? Did it concatenate them all like this? Did you upload... Yeah, how did that work? Because you tried to export the file system. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, okay, so, So there is separate, for tracks, okay. I tried using Aaru FS extract, all right. Aaru image options. Yeah, let's look at that, because there is this nebulous options thing. Where was it? Yeah, this. That could potentially be hiding some useful stuff. We'll take a look at that in a moment. First, I want to... where did it go? The GCD emu thing, I thought would show up there. That's weird. All right, let's eject the, that. Sorry, it's experienced an internal error. Cool. All right. That doesn't exist. Okay. Does that still show up? Perfect. Okay. I made it all kinds of cranky over there. All right. Let's see. Catching this stream a bit late. Oh, hold on. Did you guys do the typewriter yet? Oh, yeah. I did... I think I said we might do it today, but then this stuff became such a complete nightmare that I wasn't able to make any progress, so I'm dedicating today to this exclusively. So, yeah. Typewriter. I also have to spend some time reading the manual, and I'm probably going to digitize the manual before I really read it. Authentication is required. I'm sure, whatever. Okay. So we're going to run Aaru image options, because I want to see if it will have an ability. Oh, that's a bunch of stuff. Holy moly. Okay, we're going to put that into less. Okay, and we're going to go ahead and make this bigger. Okay. CDR DAO talk file. Okay, that's good. It can do a talk file. Also, the next disk we're going to rip is going to be, where is it? The multiple track indices, because I want to see how it handles that. So I'm actually just going to put that in there right now. I should probably, since it takes forever to rip a disk, just let it start, because we're already an hour into this. We've only ripped 1 CD. So you know what? I'm going to let that run in the background while we play around with these files. So let me do that. Home, disks, F10, poke ear. Okay, for those who don't know what I just put in there, I put in a Poke in the Ear by Rarefaction, which is an audio CD sample disc. This has a ridiculous number of individual samples on it. It's over 400. It might actually be over 700. I can't remember which one it is exactly. If we run CD info on this disc, you will see that it has 99 tracks. And what this doesn't show you is that these each have multiple track indices on them that will actually make this more than 99 tracks. So we're going to cancel that because that's going to take forever for it to figure out what on earth that thing is. But what I want to see is if this is going to correctly save and then later convert the multiple track indices, or if it is hard-coded like CDRDAO is. So we're going to do poke ear as an Aaru file. I don't think that's necessary. So let's go ahead and do that. Now I can run the ripping in the background while we figure out what the options are here. Okay, CDR win cue sheet. Okay, separate, write each track. Okay, so that's not, none of those are for different sessions. Why can't it extract different sessions? So you got features like dedupe, but not multiple sessions. Okay. So one of the things I was looking at when we downloaded the code here, I was going to GitHub. Let's do this. Actually, can I go to their GitHub page through here? I bet I can. This will break it. Cool. GitHub, perfect. All right. So in here they had a ODS file. This. I'm curious. That's a shame. GitHub doesn't support that. Raw. Okay, let's just save this. Boom. Trying a Neo Geo CD disk with Aaru now. Interesting. You have some weird media, Tillwolf. Do you have all the game consoles? Like, do you have a CDI? Do you have a Neo Geo MVS? Or Neo Geo CD? If so, you have definitely accumulated some interesting hardware there. Cool. Not, of course. I don't have a CDI and I don't have a Neo Geo CD. I am the kind of person, I would buy the media if it was a game that I wanted without owning the console. Matter of fact, I think I've actually done that for a console. And then I would rip it and emulate it if I really wanted to play it. I don't actually like download stuff like that. I usually just buy and rip the media. So Neo Geo and the arcade one, that is cool. See, bro, I have a 3DO, might try some of these discs later with this. Cool. Those are probably going to be easier to rip. Note about the Aaru GitHub structure. There are several projects under the, yeah. So those are the sub repository things. Yeah. See, I'm very jealous. Love to pick up Neo Geo CD. Okay, so here they said CD Plus, they have a Blue Book disc. All right. Then they don't mention. There are no notes about the multiple sessions, so that's a thing. Okay. See, mostly play stuff on RetroPie, all emulators and ROMs all together in one system. I can understand that, and I'm much more a fan of like just raw processor emulation than the FPGA stuff. There's really no reason to do that. The software emulation's fine. Let's see, I'm trying to see if they have anything that talks about multi-session stuff, because this is why I wanted Aaru specifically, is to handle multi-session disks. It's possible that it could be handling it well in the background and then be used to create them later, the separate bin queues and stuff, without needing to recreate the file formats. But I don't know. Hold on, I'm getting a probably spam text message. Yep, I am. Alrighty. See, my emulator of choice is my Switch with Homebrew. I can understand that. Let's see, RetroPies are fantastic. Yep. Bought a DE10 Nano. It's mostly sat gathering dust. Prefer to play everything on original hardware, but nowadays I'm lazy and emulate everything on one system. I mostly play on original hardware with original media, as with some minor exceptions. Like, I have been playing some PS2 games on a PS3 fat kind of original hardware, not quite the same. I have a setup where I was just trying to play through all of Ratchet and Clank on one particular display. And I was trying, and I mean like literally every single Ratchet and Clank game. From PlayStation 2 to PlayStation 5, all of them. And I wanted it to just be like a continuous experience without having to set up like the CRT for PlayStation 2 with all that stuff. And it ended up not working out quite so great. So I ended up using the PlayStation 3. And then I kind of lost steam because, man, those games get grindy. Oh man, I hadn't even thought about ripping Jag CD games. Is there an emulator for Jag CD? There was barely an emulator for cartridge games last time I tried it. See, PS3 with the remakes is pretty good. Impressively faithful to the originals. As far as I understand, it's basically just a recompilation to PS3 with some bare bones fixes for widescreen, but it doesn't fix everything, so you can end up with the the rendering occlusion issues that you get at the edges of the screen where it tries to stop rendering things to save like VRAM and stuff. And then I think there are also some scaling issues with some things. It gets a little weird. See, hope you find this fitting issue for the stream. 95 for the ad and one. Okay, yeah, I'm fine with multiple pages like that, especially if they're the same issue, like that specifically, if you're in the same issue. If I only have to go through like one. Yeah, we can do that byte break here. What I got out of this is that they have, wow, that's a lot of floppy stuff. How can you read zips with this? That does not make sense to me. Yeah, I'll do that byte break in a moment, Grisgore. Let me finish looking at this just to see what all they have here. SideQuest stuff, I think, will just show up as a raw hard drive. It won't be anything weird. I found my 200 megabyte SideQuest drive in media, so that's kind of fun. Well, at least one disc. I don't don't remember if I have more. I think I do. Maybe I have two, but not a lot. See, there are J emulators, but only a few Jag CD games are supported. That's too bad. Do when it's convenient. Okay, we're gonna be stuck here for a bit as it rips this disc. So we're yeah. Well, it's getting multiple indexes there, so it's trying. So that's good. But yeah, I just wanted to look through this real quick to see what all it talks about. Okay, there we go. So is that 488? This is kind of like just a list of different media formats, but that's a thing. Okay. Microdrive type hard disk. Okay. Let me try one more thing really quick. I wanted to do, let's go into here, .aaru zip. Okay, so it's not just a zip. Let's try tar.gz. Okay, so they have their own custom compression format. All right, that's a thing. I only do that because if we do this and we go to this file, I don't know if ODDS is like this, but rename that to zip. And no, okay. So docx, XLSX, all of the Word 2007 and beyond file formats are just zips. So I was just curious if they were doing that kind of thing, where the Aaru format was just a zip that held other things, but it appears not. Oh, hold on. Track 98, it's almost done here. So then it's going to start on to the sub channel, I think. Let's see, how big is the Aaru file? 132 megs. Okay, I want to see it finish this, and then I'll go grab that issue of byte. See, Wii U files for emulations are done completely differently, kind of like Isn't Wii U, I think Wii U uses UDF file systems, but then the file system itself doesn't actually matter. It doesn't carry any significance, so they just extract the files directly, which is, it's not great for preservation, but let's be real, no one's going to burn a DVD to use in a Wii U when it makes more sense to just have a big SD card or a hard drive plugged in and then just load the files directly. So they've kind of solved the problem in a different way, and it's not like PlayStation and these things where the media is unique and different, has different benefits. The audio is all digitally compressed into files that are stored on the disc, like MP3s or whatever. So there's really no difference. So the only significant thing that's happened as a consequence of the files being stored outside of disk images is that modding has become easier. So that's a thing. What were you using before Aaru? I was using CDR-DAO. I will bring that up. CDR-DAO. It stands for CD disk at once. And the idea here is specifically that it could do multiple sessions in one read. But there's this problem with it. And if you see it here, it's at the last commit here. It's from 2014, and that one's pretty new. CDR-DAO is not a well-maintained program, and it has some issues. So, and then it's only been Q, which doesn't get you other things. Yeah, it's old, but really CDs have not changed since then. So it does CDs, and if it does everything CDs can do, what else is there to do? So, at least within the context of what it does. So, PS3 are also done by file system extraction for a while too, but using ISOs in PS3 led to better compatibility with and better loading times. Really? Because I just dumped all my PS3 games, and I'm pretty sure it used extracted file systems. Do I need to redo it? Because now that, uh-oh. I think I used Multiman and did it that way. Ruh-roh. All right, let me go grab a bite. It was February 1993. Wow. It feels good to be making some progress and exploring Aaru today. I'm really happy now that we're actually getting some results. I was really bummed yesterday. All right. Oh, the cover already has my interest. It's also funny, this cover, because this is kind of how long it took for this to become a thing. Let's see. Multiman can do both. Okay, interesting. I might have to go through all my discs again then. So, yeah. Dump it to FS. If it doesn't work, dump it to IFSO. Much less space taken up on the FS. I don't care about space. I care about long-term usability. DD Rescue is great, but not for CDs. It'll only capture ISO. Yeah, you cannot use a DD Rescue for, like, actually audio CDs, completely useless. Can't do it at all. Data CDs, it'll only export the file system itself, which is basically the same thing as copying the files from the disk. You're not getting anything better than that. So, all right. We are doing a bite break. Boom. I'm going to go ahead and leave that up. Actually, you know what? No, I'm not, because it's not going to change significantly during this. So, this really doesn't reach that much farther, that far over. Having the TV set up on here with like for the backlight for the camera and all that stuff permanently, probably not going to be viable because I'm having space constraint issues, and especially having this desktop here. So you know what? I think I'm going to rotate that slightly. That's going to cause reflection issues off of that light, but oh well. All right, focus. Boom. Maybe slightly over here. All right. So, how on topic for the bite break? Yeah. There are cases where DD Rescue makes sense, such as basic CDR. You burned yourself from an ISO. If you're trying to get your own files like that, that's fine. But you have to realize DD Rescue is possibly the most lossy way you can back up a CD. That's the best way I can describe it. aside as a CD backup as opposed to just copying the files off. See. All right, let me do this. 5-minute timer. We are going.
Okay, 5 minutes.
For page.
Starting
Ooh,
now.
hello. That's a thing. This isn't the page you wanted me to look at, is it? That's 70. Oh my gosh, that thing's great too. There's a lot of good stuff in here. That's just a printer. That is a super pretty printer. Wow, look at that thing. That's a printer? That thing's bananas. I want one. Anyway, that's not what we're here for. Why do they call it a dongle? Oh, that's hilarious. I've actually shown I have it's sitting over there still. A development kit for a hardware dongle. But anyway, Tecmone, I believe, has reviewed one of these. This is one of those weird. Actually, no, this isn't that. It's a CD player that plays Ideas. It's computer technology. It's Sony Multimedia CD-ROM player. What? Dude, I want one. What does it play? VCDs? That's so cool. Anyway, 95. Getting a little distracted. All right. That's 96. Yeah, I'm not sure that was the thing that Tecmone did. Oh, no! What is that? That's a thing there. We're not... oh, how? Wow. Whoa, that's cool. I've never seen one of those before. I don't own almost every kind that those that they made. What was the next page here? Page 116. Let's get away from spoilers. I mean, thing. Oh. Yeah, I don't think you can use that to burn CDs. You have 3 broken ones. I have 1 broken one that I think I can repair. And then I have one that's so cool, you probably haven't even heard of it. Alrighty, so this was page 116, page 130 for the illustrations. Oh, yes, that is a really cool illustration. And then page 130. Oh, that one. That one's actually, that's a cassette. That's cool too, but that's a different thing. That's a projection TV. I've talked about this before. Nobody has nostalgia for projection TVs, and I continue to find it hilarious. I think they all died and were thrown away. Whoa, that thing rocks. So where are we at? Oh, that thing's cool. Oh, backpack tape drive. Actually, I've kind of been on the lookout for one of those because I have a thing here. But I've got a bunch of those. Once and future standards. Oh, that's cool. They have crayons representing the rainbow books. That is weird that they bothered. Yeah, they have CD-ROM and CD-ROM XA. That's a good distinction. Fun fact, I would use a program called QConvert for converting the TOC files that CDR-DAO makes, specifically for this disc that we just ripped. It just finished, by the way. Except it doesn't do CD-ROM XA. So it cannot be used as a universal TOC to Q converter. And CD-ROM XA is important because stuff like this game is CD-ROM XA. So yeah, that's fun. But yeah, Orange Book, MO recordable CD. Yeah, that was definitely a magneto-optical? What? MO and CDR. That's okay. They're 2 separate ones. All right, that's weird. See, my main TV is still a projection TV, and I'm not moving it until it dies. Yeah, there's definitely some cool stuff in here. Man, this is an issue. I could really get into this. This is more interesting than I imagined. That's like that's a thing there. Man. Oh, whoa, Star Trek the screensaver. I don't have that. Yeah, that's one I need. What have we got? Oh my gosh. More security dongle ads. How? This is weird. I've never paid attention to how many security dongle ads there are in the later issues of Byte. That's strange. That's at least 3 different ones we've seen. Not today, but in total. Oh no, no. Look, there's a laptop. Oh, it's a pretty Gateway laptop. That's nice. All right. Well, that was Byte 1993, all about CD-ROMs. Yeah, $40 for a screensaver. I mean, you know, someone had to make that screensaver. They don't just grow on trees. Oh no, falling over. It's all good. Don't worry. Okay. Anywho, the CD has been ripped now, and we can take a look at that. So let's go back to the laptop capture here, and see what we got, because this is one of the most difficult discs that I can run through this thing here. See, my weird multi-session CD has a mix of Mode 2, Form 1, and Mode 1 sessions. That is not supposed to be a thing as far as I understand. So you can have the different session, or the different track types. So the Mode 1, Mode 2, Form 1, Form 2, whatever, are track formats. They're not session formats. So you can have those. Multiple data tracks in one session, though, are not generally supposed to exist. So is that a thing that you have going on? Is it multiple data tracks in one session? Because that could be a problem. All right, so what do we got here? What is it outputting? There is some other stuff. No, only 1 data track per session. Okay, that's still within spec then. So, see, my favorite part of the text in stream is whenever Shelby comes across an edited Byte, he pulls it product out from the ad from wherever in the office. Yep. All right, so the Aaru file is only 142 megs. Really? Wow. The compression they do is pretty good. Let's see. Hello, Lasergeist. So we have this. How do we want to... I guess we should convert this to a bin queue first, see what it does. So we will do the poke ear to queue, poke ear dot a Aaru to poke ear dot q, and we'll see what it does. I'm really curious here what it does. You know what I didn't check? Oh, at dash F, okay. Yeah, the other one was physically, it was bigger. So the bin file here, 736 megs, okay. And then the actual Aaru file is 500 megs. Okay, that makes sense. This became 600 megs when extracted. Okay, and here we have the queue. Let's take a look at this queue. Perfect. Awesome. It did it right. So we have multiple indexes per track. Excellent. So that is correct. This is how this should work. Again, we can take a look at the other queue file, which is not quite correct, but this is more normal. So we have a single index there, or a 0 and a 1. That is how a normal CD works. This, though, this is completely different. So how do players handle those indices usually? They just ignore them. That's basically how it works. If you have a high-end enough player from the right era, it might display the index, but usually they don't have any ability to seek to them. It can just show you're in this range between, or on this index. So That's about the limit. I've never personally encountered a drive or a player that can actually really do anything with these, and I own like 30 CD players of every category, every range of the spectrum of quality level. So yeah, I don't know of any that really properly handle this. So that is cool to see though. That's right. Actually, I think this ripped faster than it does with CDR-DAO. So that's kind of weird. Like 15 minutes? Maybe not. Maybe I just didn't notice because we were looking at a really cool magazine. The convert command is not working for me. Interesting. Oh, is that for your Neo Geo disc? Because add a -F. No, image, what is it? Image, here, I'll bring it up. So this is what it is. Aaru image convert input output -F. And the -F can probably go anywhere after the convert line or convert word. So that's what it is. Question for you guys. Do you prefer the image for the laptop be compressed down like that so you can see all of it? Or would you rather it be stretched out like this, and then sometimes I mess up and don't have it shown correctly on the left side? Which do you prefer? Because I can do either one, and it won't make a huge difference. Depends on what you're showing on the left side. Think showing all of it? Okay. All of it is generally the safer thing. It just doesn't look as good, I would say. Oh no, I did a thing I shouldn't have done. Undo that. Boom. I'll just squish it down for now, and then I can do this, and then that. Okay. So we'll just go with that then. The other thing, the way I have this set up is if I input a 4x3 signal into this, it should actually handle it correctly and scale it, because I have it set to stretch to inner bounds. So it should work out better. Why does it keep doing the long movement there? Whatever. There we go. All of it makes it smaller and harder to see when watching on my Android tablet or phone though. Yeah, that's the problem. I don't know if I want to go out of my way to accommodate the phone users. It's not that I don't respect that you're watching on a phone and want you to have a similar experience, but I'm showing so much tiny technical information that I would really have to put in a lot of effort to make all of it visible. So yeah, you have to check your demographics. That's the thing though, is not necessarily everyone who is watching on a phone is like really trying to pay attention. So it's just checking the demographics isn't the whole story. And I'm not actually sure that I can see that. Channel analytics. Can I see what devices people are watching on? I don't think I can. YouTube definitely shows you that. I don't know that Twitch does. So yeah, that's a thing. I don't see it anywhere. But someone asked a question. How did you do the background? Yeah, the background is a video file that loops that I created in DaVinci Resolve. So that is what it is. Okay, so we have the queue there. I'm very happy with that queue. I don't have any problems with that. I wonder what it would do with a data extraction with it being an audio CD though. The Android, Twitch TV, and the phone for chat. I have a feeling that some people are doing that, Franz, because I see some people who are responding to things and then it will show the new icon that they're muted. So I bet that those people are watching on one device with audio and then replying on their phones in another way. See, you've been on YouTube long enough. Have you seen the trend towards more people using mobile? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. There's almost more people watching on televisions than on computers. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. You can set that yourself. Okay. What were we going to do? I was going to extract files. So let's look at... I want to try extracting files from a audio CD, see what that does. extract files from media dump. There we go. So, I don't want to extract it from the Q file. I want to go direct. It should you watch on a PC connected to a TV. That's the way I would do it. That's the maximum control way. That's also the very 90s way where you'd have like the S-video cable from your Voodoo 3 connected to the input on your CRT. But yeah, that's the way I would do it for sure. Nice, BS chap. Yeah, that's the way to go. Okay, so we're gonna do a convert. So file system. Ooh, this is a complicated one. Let's see, Aaru file system extract. What's the -X? Attributes, that doesn't apply. Encoding varies. We'll not worry about that. Okay, I bet this is gonna not work. Pokeear.aru to oh, I guess I gotta make a folder. Stuff to stuff. Okay, see what it does. I was gonna say, theoretically, it should be able to extract waves. Image format identified, destination exists. Oh, does it? Oh, it's gonna make the directory. Okay, that's all right. Boom. Okay, it makes the directory. Non-existing folder. Okay, yeah. So you're watching in MPV plus pop-out chat window. That makes sense too. Do you get points credit for that, Hans? I'm curious. That KDE sound was loud? Oh, I was really confused. Yeah, you know what? I bet you're getting this. There we go. I didn't even realize that it was capturing audio, but yeah, it's going through HDMI all the way. Yeah, it does have audio, doesn't it? I was going to try and play, actually, yeah, I still haven't done that yet. I was gonna play the Weird Al disc with it connected, and I was gonna play it through the monitor speakers so that it would be kind of muffled and hopefully not Content ID with a small sample. Okay, yeah, that was good I didn't do that. Okay, so it said there's no file systems, you can't extract anything. So it can't, that command cannot be used to extract audio. So we will have to extract to bin files to get audio, potentially. So sorry about that. I didn't even realize audio was there. Cody, we are having much better luck. We actually have some images made with Aaru. So we're getting some stuff working here. See, I've got you up on my OLED's built-in app. Don't get points. So you don't get points with the Twitch TV app? Really? That's weird. Huh. I was kind of thinking that my jackpot millions would go towards one of those NVIDIA-approved BFG displays. I don't need a TV tuner and a billion smart apps on my screen, but worried about the smart monitor trend too. Yeah. I don't own a high refresh rate display, so I can't really comment too much about that. But yeah, the lack of TV tuner, not a big issue. Let's see. Okay, you don't get points. All right. Yeah, that's a thing that kind of sucks about using the alternative players, is that you don't accumulate points because it doesn't count that you are watching. It's really annoying. What is your next weird CD to try? It will be a pre-gap disc with a hidden track. It should just work. Based on this disc, it should work, but I was kind of hoping to be able to extract audio here. So yeah. So where do I search Byte if I want to see something specific? I recommend Vintage Apple. I should probably have a command that links to there, huh? Actually, do I? Let's find out. I think I might. Byte. Does that go do anything? It doesn't look like it. Okay. Look up Vintage Apple Byte on Google. Oh, it's listed in the redeem. Oh, okay then. That works too. All right. Let's see. Supported image formats. Let's get rid of that. Oh, that's just a command that outputs the formats. Okay, that's not super helpful. Let's see, gotta set up a web server to search through your byte collection. No, I don't need to. Someone else already has one set up. They have OCR PDFs and everything. Just use Google site:\vintageapple.com whatever .org, and then search for topics there. Google will have indexed the PDFs. So. Yeah, let's see, I just use a TV as a HDMI receiver for my smart, yeah. Let's see, it has uncorrectable overscan. Do you have a PC input port on your television, Portizo? Because some of them have that, and they'd call them stupid things too. Like LG TVs call it just scan. I would try and look it up. I have not yet encountered a TV that does not have the ability to disable the overscan, but it's sometimes restricted to one port and then under some obscure setting. And I'm going to just completely step around the issue of how utterly insane it is that HDMI ever is overscanned. Because I could, yeah, no, okay. Twitch app on my TV, pop up a QR code that just launches chat. Oh, that's interesting. All right, I'm still trying to figure out audio. You know what? Let's do this. Aaru, CD, extract. This program is too niche. I don't think it's gonna work audio, but maybe someone will have done it. Oh, okay. Well, right there, Aaru does not directly support extracting audio from CD image. Okay. Okay. B-Chunk, yeah, you can get a bin queue, okay. Alrighty then. Oh, that's interesting. So they have a program that they've written to play audio CDs. Ooh. That's interesting. This is close to being able to export them. They really just need to, the PCM output that they send to the sound card just needs to be sent to a WAV file. That's pretty much it. Huh. Noodles, on your HDMI overscan feelings, I agree. They shouldn't have it as an option at all, though. There is no reason for it to exist. So, okay, Aaru can't extract that. So, let's try this. I'm going to go to test here, which is the Weird Al Poodle Hat disk, and I'm going to run the extract command on that. Because that has two ISO 9660 file, well, it has an ISO 9660 file system, and it has an HFS file system, so theoretically it should create two sets of data. But yeah, should be interesting. Partition 12 is ISO 9660, okay. And then 13 should be similar. Okay, so stuff, ISO 9660. Perfect, it did it correctly. So, how did that handle, did it ignore the HFS one? They're identical, to the best of my knowledge, but there should be like a Mac version of QuickTime, I think. Identification and information only. Oh, okay. Thank you. That helps, actually. All right, so this can do something that I could not do before. I previously could not export files from a hybrid ISO 9660 file system. So that is a new feature. So that's the thing. So let's see. So Noodles, that example of the Wii HDMI thing, the component video signal, like you mentioned, does have overscan, but the HDMI component does not, or the HDMI signal itself does not. The Wii adapter should have the ability to disable the overscan. That is on the fault of that thing. It is not on the fault of the HDMI signal. There is no such thing as overscan on HDMI. Does not exist. So, yeah. Leftover from CRT, yeah. See, try converting to an ISO mount loop, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, the Vorpal Sword, that would work if I wanted to do that. In general, with the script I made, I was trying to avoid any solutions that would require mounting it because that massively complicates running the software. So I deemed that to be a non-acceptable solution for bulk operations, because you can get all kinds of weird floating nonsense with the operating system if you do a bunch of mounts and unmounts. So I would probably not do that. But yeah. Let's see. Is there a HFS user space tool? I don't know. Additionally, exporting the ISO might end up being weirder than you might think. So just trying to save an ISO might not actually be viable. I don't know for sure, though. So Helencroft, the way that they do that when TV stations broadcast is they have the normal video be wider. They have, I could actually enable this on my camera and show you. They have what's called a safe space that is slightly inset, so they frame wider than they should. And then the area on the outside is considered lossable or losable. And then they'll contract all of the HUD inward slightly, but they still send a full-fledged video signal and kind of assume that you're going to get a full video signal. But yeah, there is a safe space, but it only exists because TVs are dumb. So it only is there because nobody trusts anyone else. They should all just say no HDMI overscan and be done with it. But oh well. See, I've tried using loop mounts for OS development. It's a real hassle to deal with. Yeah, doing it a bunch of times. Yeah, it's a... Yeah. I don't think that it's a good idea to try and do the HFS stuff like that. I would tend to say I will leave that as an exercise to the user for vintage Mac software, because let's be real, it's the hybrid file systems. Okay, every hybrid file system like this I've encountered has been attached to a weird disk like this. There might be a couple of exceptions for games that support both, but I bet they're going to be mostly weird stuff. Yeah. No, Epic, we got it. Well, sort of. I think we're currently finding out what the limitations of Aaru are. So it can't export bin queues for disks that contain multiple sessions. It concatenates them into one file, kind of dumb. So here is a Blue Book disk that should be 2 sessions, and it made it a single session bin queue instead of splitting it. So that's a thing. Let's see, I have a ton of driver CDs that are hybrid systems, like printer drivers. That's interesting. I never thought of that. Okay. That makes more sense then. Ooh, man, that's gonna be a pain to support. That's probably, this proof is trivial and is left as an exercise to the reader. Kind of. The thing is that since I would be uploading bin queues, the data would be there. It would just be required to be extracted by the users. So, see, why not head up text files on Twitter for the setup he uses for CD infestation? Because I know there is no standard setup. They'll just use what makes the most sense that they have available. And right now, it's something like CDR DAO and doing this. Or CDR DAO extracting. A lot of times people also don't bother extracting the files. Like they'll just rip a bin queue, boom, put it up, done, move on to the next one. So yeah. So yeah, so the 2 things that we have as potential issues we could open issues for on GitHub. I wouldn't be surprised if the multi-session thing already has an issue. Let's see, how many issues are there on Aaru? There's only 2. And one of them is by you guys. Been watching for 2 hours. It feels like 15 minutes. That's the magic of preparation. Is a boom, boom, boom. We have made progress. So I was actually linked to a different page here. So we're going to go through this and try and find, yeah, I think it might be this. Nope, that doesn't have any issues. Can we see issues for every user here? You also just uploaded the bin file. Cool. For your assignments disk, I assume. So, all right. Okay, so repositories. We have 23 different ones. Aaru as, okay, here we go. Here's the main one. 229 issues. Oh, yeah. All right. Wow. That one's again one of you. What are these 5 out of 20 tasks? What is that? 5 out of what? Huh. Update on my dumb TV. It supports, it displays full HD only through VGA. What? That's weird. That is the checkboxes. Oh, okay. Weird. Link the issues in chat. Oh, okay. Thank you, Midwise. All right, so I want to see, I'm going to search sessions. Sessions. Converting multi-session queue image. I can't cross tracks writing sector. I think that's a different issue. Image info doesn't show CD text. Oh, we need to find that Dragonforce CD still. So we can try CD text exporting. That's a thing. Check your GPU driver. Yeah, you can do that. I don't like that. But that is a thing. The driver CD for my TI graphic calculator hybrid, for example, both Windows and Mac software, also some educational games. Yeah, I was gonna say educational games for sure. It could be both. Like I bet Reader Rabbit is that kind of thing. I'm not saying that there are no use cases that make sense to bother exporting HFS stuff. It's just that it adds a lot of extra overhead for a niche case for something that I'm trying to set up for very quick operations. So that's the main thing. But all of that can be done after the fact with a bin queue already containing the data. So it could be gone back over later and updated. So, yeah. Could you create hybrid? Could you create a hybrid thing with different sets of files for all 3? I mean, yes, but yeah. You could definitely do that, Lasergeist. All right, we need to find that Dragonforce disk. I don't know where it went. That's gonna bug me till I find it. But I want to see. Oh, that's it. That's all of them. That's all of the issues that have sessions in them. Okay. Oh, this is, oh, that's weird. Oh, that's the checkboxes you're talking about. That's gross. Okay, that's weird. Dumb. All right. Oh my gosh. That sucks. Laser guys for sure. Responses on this one? That's a weird error. No responses. Okay. Okay. Let's see about, let me see if I can find the Dragonforce disk that's got CD text, because now I feel like I really need to rip it. Where could it have ended up? Found it. Okay. Didn't find the Crash Bandicoot ones. Now I'm guessing I left them at home. All right. We're going to do one more test disk here. And then I'm not sure what we're going to do, because I think we're finding out that Aaru is partially acceptable for this. Maybe we're gonna open up an issue on GitHub for exporting multiple bin queues for multi-session disks. That could be a thing. So, yeah. So, all right, let me cover this really quick. The Dragonforce disk that we're about to rip is a normal audio CD. There's nothing weird going on with it. Let's actually run a CD info on the disk so you can see nothing weird. It's just a bunch of CD audio tracks, but it's got CD text. Now, this is data that is stored in the subcode, subchannel data. So it can be saved by Aaru, I believe, but then I'm curious to see if it exports it correctly into a Q file, because a normal Q file can hold this information, but it doesn't have to. So I'm just curious if it'll do that. But yeah. So I've only ever seen CD text on CDs I burned myself. Yeah, it's not very common, but there are legitimately Glassmaster discs that did have it. Is this Warner Brothers or Sony? Let's see, Roadrunner Records. They can't be the real ones. So who is it actually by? I don't know. But it does have it. So do you think players actually support it? CD text? Yeah. No, definitely. Some of them did. Mostly like car stereos, because they were trying to be like way over the top. So they would like scroll the CD text by. But yeah. So do you think players actually support it, or that ripping software would be able to use it? Aaru's definitely going to be able to use it. My software technically ignores it because it uses CDDB information, because it's on a computer that's connected to the internet. And sometimes the CD text is not always totally great, so yeah. Let's see, that's the only place I've seen CD, my car, yeah. So yeah, that makes sense. See, Roadrunner was big metal music publisher. Roadrunner Records is Warner. That's exactly the kind of information I was looking for. Yeah, I had a feeling. Warner Music, Sony, they were the two that mainly did CD text on original stuff. Yeah. Yeah, MP3 CDs would be the typical way to have track information displayed if you wanted. So, yeah. Fancy hi-fi CD player with dot matrix display supported as well. Yes, I have a Sony ESD 540 maybe? I forget what the thing is. A 540 ESD. Really big, over-the-top, fancy audio disc player that could probably do it too. But I don't have it here. It's buried way into storage, unfortunately, because I don't have the space to set that up anymore. Okay, so we're gonna rip this. I'm gonna make a directory, create new Dragonforce, and then we're going to do a media dump. Boom. I'm just gonna call it Dragon. It's the only Dragonforce album I think I have. But we're not really here for trying to dump this. I'm just trying to test the disk drive for subchannel stuff. So, let's see, I might start doing that. Not happy with MP3 as a file format lately. Now they've gotten better audio hardware and really understand what MP3 artifacting sounds like, which sucks because it's so dense as file format. I highly recommend just FLAC. Just go with FLAC. There's nothing wrong with FLAC. I actually have it in my other room, my FIO X5 Gen 2. It's a iPod clone type device, and I play FLACs off of that. It's great. It uses, that one in particular is why I have the X5 Gen 2, has 2 micro SD card slots, and I believe it supports 1 terabyte card. So you could have 2 terabytes of FLAC music in your pocket and a dedicated hardware audio player. So, yeah. FLAC is also lossless compression, just to clarify. You could save it as waves, but it would sound identical. There's a difference between lossy and lossless compression. FLAC is lossless compression. So, yeah. Let's see, what happens if you rip a disk directly into Q? It'll most likely ignore stuff, but will still merge sessions. That's a good question, Epic. We can try that. I'll put the Blue Book disk in back after this. I don't know. Does anyone remember Monkey's audio? I am not aware of what that is. See, having problems with CDEMU, GDEMU won't compile. Is there an easy... I don't know. I added a repository to Wolf. I didn't have to compile it. So I'm not sure. See, time to spend money on another audio device. The Gen 2 X5 is gone, unfortunately. It's no longer in production. Yeah. I'm really disappointed it doesn't have Rockbox, because I want to be able to play chiptunes on it. Yeah, so far, no dice. There's been some work towards it, but not enough. Yeah. Monkey's Audio is an early lossless format. Ah, okay. Interesting. Let's see. Yeah, epic on the flack and lossiness. Yeah. So that's, yeah. All right. Let's see. That's going with a rip. Let's see. Is there something else I was going to do? I feel like there was. I don't remember. Yeah, one thing, if you do look into the FIO stuff, you'll find that you'll see they support playing ISOs. And you might think, oh, cool, I can just rip a CD into a single file and play it. No. That is exclusively for SACDs with the SACD component, because that is a UDF file system. It can be contained as an ISO, or, well, I guess that gets converted to an ISO 9660 file system. But same thing, it's actual files as opposed to tracks. So that can be stored as a ISO. So if you end up looking into a FIO and see the ISO playback, don't waste your time. Can't play bin queues, which is the only way you can actually rip an audio CD as a like complete-ish file. See, writing an issue on GitHub about multi-session merging rather than separation. All right, thank you. That will be helpful. They are clearly aware of the audio extraction, so there's no point getting into that. Same thing with the HFS extraction. So, yeah. See, I've been exporting all my chiptunes to WAV to FLAC lately, since most players don't support the file formats. Yeah, I need to go through and do that. Just get it over with. So it can be platform agnostic. I'm not sure which program would make the most sense. Can like FFmpeg do that? Because I was really happy with how Rockbox plays all that stuff. So that was part of why I wanted it. So get a good mod player. That would help for JAG, I think, but not like SNES and PlayStation. So, yeah. You got a bunch of programs for it. Yeah, that's the other thing, is that I have like so many different systems. Detect file extension, then just do whatever program. All right. See, Vorpal Sword. Testing Aaru to queue for multi-session now. Oh, cool. See, FFmpeg or otherwise VLC should do it. Yeah, VLC can do it, but it's not like set up for bulk conversion, so I don't know how well that'll work. VLC would definitely be a front end to the different plugins, though. So, yeah. I should try FFmpeg sometime. I haven't actually tried it, so I don't know how it works. Foobar 2000, yeah, I really, really wish Foobar 2000 was on Linux. I've never actually had to use it, but it's definitely like the go-to way that people do it. I've ended up building my own program suite for stuff like that I know Foobar 2000 just does. But yeah, Tilwolf, if you're using Ubuntu, then just add the repository and install it that way. Just save yourself a lot of headache. Winamp, I prefer Winamp for just playback, but I've found that it's not great for conversion and ripping and stuff like that. It doesn't expose as many options. But yeah, for playback, Winamp. Although I'm a heathen, I always liked the modern UI more. I always have a Windows 7 VM specifically for Foobar 2000. I can understand that, and I'm a cat, it's whips. I can understand a VM for Foobar 2000. It seems like one of those programs where once you've used it, nothing else can be accepted as a substitute. But I don't know how well the pass-through for ripping stuff's gonna work. Not that it matters, because I'm obviously ripping at a different level now. Can Foobar 2000 run in Wine? Probably not. There's a lot of issues with getting software to access hardware through Wine. There's a so much that goes on. It's not really worth it. Windows 7 VM made using certain labelless DVD. I have no idea what you're talking about. It's a shame I'm not using the QX9650 system right now, or I could be also ripping Poodle Hat again at the same time. Oh well. Yeah, I'm really, let's see, what's this? When running image info, CD text should be present, is not decoded, displayed, CD text is present, and readable on the disk using media info. CD text should be displayed, output. Interesting. Yeah, so I'm not going to worry about this. I'm just going to export the bin queue and see what it does there. So, here's an interesting thing, actually. If this is a problem to the point where the bin queue that it will output does not have the CD text, that will make it worse than my CDR-DAO workflow. And it wouldn't actually make sense to switch to this yet, other than potentially ripping each disk twice, once with CDR-DAO and once with Aaru. Ooh, that's a, I don't like that. This CD text thing could be a killer for using Aaru right now. So you only have legit Windows installs. The computers that it actually matters on, I have legit Windows installs. But for like throwing a VM together, you know, I have student editions too. Let's just say that. Let's see. I'm on Arch, so I'm not 100% sure CD. I'm going to use kernel module. Tillwolf, if you're okay, Tillwolf. You're on Ubuntu, Tillwolf. Is there seriously a reason that you're not going to here, the Ubuntu repository, and installing it through that? Because if you are on Ubuntu, this is how you should be installing this. It just worked for me. There's nothing, no weird stuff you have to compile, no manually installing kernel modules or any of that stuff. You should be using the repository for installing CDEMU if you're on Linux or Ubuntu. So I would highly recommend that. Way easier. You're on Mint. Mint is Ubuntu. Just same thing. Install the PPA. That would work. You can use Ubuntu repositories on Mint. Oh, that's weird. They have architecture specifications. Yeah, it's all Debian. Yeah, it's Debian all the way down. But yeah, it would work too. I'm hearing through the fire and the flames right now in my head. It's making me want to play Brutal Legend. Let's see, it still does presumably need the DKMS module. Yeah, but it will install it for you. You won't have to manually do it. All right, we are about to be able to extract the bin queue. One thing I'll say about this, it gets that bin queue out, boom, super quick. So that's nice about Aaru. It's not wasting a bunch of time with stuff when it's actually converting to file formats, it seems. Let's see, you got a multi-session queue. Yeah, that sucks. So, all right, yeah, it's probably, I wouldn't be surprised if internally it converts it into whatever the Aaru format is and then outputs it on the fly. So, yeah, that makes sense. I won't bother trying it then. 300 subchannels cannot be read. That's not bad. That's pretty good. All right, let's do convert. Not extract, image convert. Dragon to Dragon Q, and then we will have the moment of truth of whether or not, I really don't know. This is going to be interesting. Let's see, found the repository, just installed the client version, should work now. Cool. Definitely going to be better. Yeah, that's fast. I like that. Converting media tag CD text. Ooh, okay. Let's see. Q file, open with Kate. No CD text. Okay. CD text files in a bin. What? Strings. Dragon underscore. I've never encountered that before. I do not know if that is a standard. I'm gonna do this. Talk. So it's gonna output a CDR-DAO talk file, which can also store CD text. So let's look at that. Absolutely no CD text. I'm not sure about that CD text file bin thing. It's possible that's an acceptable solution that I'm not familiar with. Let me look it up. Q CD text file. Well, that's a thing. Contains a file containing CD text information. Huh. Let's do, for grins and giggles, let's drop this into here. So it's got some like weird character encoding, but the text is there. So this is a maybe on acceptability. I don't like that it can't export the talk that way, but I'll cut them a break on CDR-DAO talk files. CDR-DAO is the only program that uses talk files. there's no reason for it to really support it. So yeah, this seems like a correct way of doing it. It's just not the way I've been seeing it done with my script. Let's go ahead and install my script on here. I haven't done it yet. CD, I'm curious, ripping. Will my thing show up? All of GitHub. Come on, literally my repo is named CD-ripping. Okay, not period slash. Boom. All right. See, it is very much too small to contain the whole CD text data. Is it? You sure about that? $702 bytes? I mean, there's not a lot of data there. Strings. Souls in Endless Time by Dragon. Okay, let's actually read through these. Inhuman Rampage, Through L, Fire and Flames, Dragonforce. That looks a little weird. Okay, actually, let's just do this. Q, CUMA client, mounted, boom, open, play with VLC, continue. Okay, this. Okay, that's not what I was trying to do there. Stop it. You know what? This is probably, the album art tells me it's doing CDDB. Tools, preferences, all. I need to disable CDDB. CDDB. Access, audio, CDDB server. Oh, that's weird. They have their own CDDB server? Oh, that's really weird. All right, let's just set it to port 79. Save, close, and then I'll reopen it. Play with VLC. It still found it? Seriously? Ow. CD info. It would show all the CD text, wouldn't it? Okay, let's do that. I think I have it here. One. Yeah, that looks right. That looks good. We can do this to compare. Yeah, cached. That makes sense. Yeah, they're identical. So there's the physical CD, and there is the actual thing. Hold on. Physical CD is here. Genre code 23. They lost the genre code. So that's a thing. Let's continue installing my script. I want to see what I get with that. Open with Kate, and I can grab that, yoink, and let's get all that installed. So remember to report bugs if there aren't ones already. Yeah, part of this, a lot of this actually, is just finding bugs. So that's kind of what I'm doing here. If all the things be lost with a genre code, it's probably just wasn't something that they realized. So that's all of this information here is going to be stored in the subcode data, sub-channel data. So they're saving all sub-channel data, but what they're probably not doing is realizing that they need to export a genre code. It may just be something that's getting lost. So yeah. See, also does the RF file contain that data? It should. It should contain it. So VLC has local cast metadata. Yep. Be possible to just pull out a bin file and make an arbitrary queue for it? Like put tracks at random places. Yes, absolutely. A queue file, literally, you can make a queue file that points to different places in a wave. A queue file can point to pretty much anything. I bet it would be possible to have a virtual machine file, hard disk, right? Like VirtualBox, uncompressed hard drive, all right, with a wave file on it, and then point to, actually, with a bin, a CD-ROM bin in it, all right, that has audio in it, and point to somewhere in the hard disk image to get the data out of the bin file. Cue sheets they're just like a pointer table. That's all it is. So, yeah, does every CD with CD text have a genre code? I have no idea. See, as long as it isn't fragmented, yes. Yeah. What was I doing here? Oh yeah, I was gonna install sudo apt install all of that. Password. All right. Yes. Okay. Yeah, so I don't have a lot of CDs with CD text. This is not the one that I wanted to use for this, but this is actually a better one. But I don't know where my other CD text containing disc is, which is the Offspring Americana. That one's also a Blue Book CD, which adds another complication. So I kind of like that this one is not Blue Book, it's just CD text. But yeah, that would be the only other one that I know that I have that I can test. So let's see, that is my idea to make different Q files for indexed music CD to make the indexes show up as tracks. Hold on. That is my idea to make different Q files for that index CD. Oh yes, yeah, Hellencroft. So actually, let me just show you this. So this CDP test file here. All right. So what this is this is a file that I was using to test extracting the different audio samples from that multi-index file. And what it does is it uses CD paranoia, and it tells it, I want to rip this track from this time to this time, and it kind of lies to it. So it just ends up using the actual index times and pretending that they're related to a track, even though they're not. It just uses the track positions as like a relative offset from the start of the disk, and then you can just lie and tell it to go anywhere on the disk. Not all disk drives respect that information, but you can do it that way. So kind of the same thing. You could do a Q file that has tracks with the 0 and the 1, 0 index and 1 index to do the same exact thing, and then run it through a normal CD ripping application. So both work, but this is just a more direct way of doing the same thing. All right, we have the dependencies for the program here. So let's go ahead and open this. I'm going to name this Dragon. And then I'm going to name all this Dragon, whatever, it doesn't really matter. Boom. And then rip bin Q single. Boom. Okay. So now this is my script ripping this, which just uses CDR DAO. It's also going to extract all of the audio information though. So that's a thing. Let's see, are we going to test pregap CD we talked about? Yes, we will. Definitely. We have plenty of time left, so don't worry about that. See, so for the multi-session CD you had, can you split it into 2 Q files and keep the normal bin files? You know, you're actually on to an interesting point there. You could absolutely have 2 separate Q files with 1 bin file. You could actually use the output that Aaru does and then somehow convert that Q file by just fragmenting it into the 2 Q files. That would totally be acceptable. It would be weird, but it would be acceptable. See, keep the normal bin file. I don't know why. Yeah, you just have to, actually, you wouldn't even really have to adjust the offsets. It already has the offsets in that single Q file. So really, you just have to copy the stuff for the second session, is output it as a different file. Yeah, that would be all you'd have to do there. About burning it, you could probably, I don't know how burning multiple bin queues to a disk works. It's going to depend on your software for actually burning it. I haven't looked into that too much because I've been more concerned about emulation as far as ODEs, optical disk emulation, and software emulation like VirtualBox or x86 box, PCEM, whatever. So yeah, those have been my primary focus. Let's see, burn the 2 Q files as different sessions. As long as your software exposes the ability to burn sessions specifically, you probably could. I think CDR DAO can burn disks. It can probably do multiple sessions like that. So it might be easy. I don't know. I haven't looked into it. Burning the disks back to physical media has not been a significant concern of mine. It is one of the things that I think should be possible, but CDRs are going to be becoming rare soon, and they're all aging at the exact same rate as the original media, if not quicker, because they were manufactured more cheaply. So, yeah, K3B can burn multi-session, I believe, and uses standard command line tools underneath. Okay, that makes sense. Oh, CDR DAO is going to take a long time for this, isn't it? I'm trying to think. Theoretically, the bin file, I think, should be the same. should the bin file, this is an interesting test actually we're doing here. I think the bin file should be the same between this and the output from Aaru. Because there's nothing weird going on here. It doesn't save CD text or subchannel data in the bin. So whether or not it reads that doesn't matter. It's just the audio data. The only difference that there could be is how Aaru reads the start and end of the CD. If it reads before and after the lead out and lead in, then it might actually save slightly more data that you wouldn't normally put into the bin that can just be ignored. This will be interesting. The main purpose of the test I'm doing here right now, though, with ripping Dragonforce with my software, is to get the Q file that's in the format I'm more familiar with. I'm curious, does Wikipedia show that? Title, yeah. So you can have the CD text metadata embedded in the Q file directly rather than in the bin file. It's kind of weird. So that's a thing. I don't know which would be more standard, so I'm not really going to write off the bin file method that it's using here, because this is weird. Oh, what do you know? CD text by Sony. See, the actual text is stored in a format compatible with interactive text transmission system, defined in something or another. It's also in minidisc. That makes sense. CD text is stored in subchannels. We knew that. This information in the lead-in area. Yep. There's no reason it couldn't be stored elsewhere, but it's got to go somewhere, so that's a thing. Talk is also stored in the lead-in, not the actual data area. So you can also be stored in the main program area of the disk where the audio tracks are, which will store about 31 megabytes. That's total for the whole CD, I believe it means. Since the R2W channels are not used from read book specification audio CDs, they're not read by all CD players, which prevents from some devices from reading CD text. I imagine any device that can be able to display CD text would be designed to do that. Not just the ones that have 7-segment displays for the time. Oh, that's weird. Oh, that's a lot of stuff that it can cram into there. Huh. You know what we didn't do? Hold on. I'm gonna open a new tab. I'm gonna figure out where VLC cached the CD text stuff, so I'm curious to see how much it shows. Local cache VLC. Ah, hello. Artist album, Dragonforce. Well, that's just that. See, I've got a copy of Americana. Would anything I could do from here be helpful? Ooh, okay. Just rip it with Aaru, see what it does. That has both CD text, so it should create that weird CD text bin, and it's also a Blue Book disk, so it should create an unusable concatenated Q bin file pair set. So that would actually be, yeah, if you could rip Americana, that would be a good one to test. So what I expect is that it will create the Aaru file, whatever, that's just the normal thing. But then when you try and export a bin Q, it's going to create it with the Blue Book ISO 9660/HFS system at the end in a single bin Q. So it should be interesting. Keep feeling like I need to go over and grab my copy of Nero, but there's no reason to do it. It's not like I can run it on this computer, and it's not like I'm going to set up a Windows 98 computer to try burning any of this stuff. I'm just itchy sitting here watching the numbers go slightly larger, feeling like I'm not doing anything helpful. I also feel like I want to go look for my other test CDs, but I don't have any idea where they are. I'm pretty sure I've already looked through every single box in the office for them. I'm going to have to go to storage and try and find them, but just... I can't even visualize where they would be in storage. It's something like that kind of blech. Yeah, didn't end up well. Watching paint dry, yeah. So this ain't gonna why the Aaru files and RUF files are different when you rip the multi-session CD. Probably different, not because of compression, sub-channel data being different, some of them being read and others not. No, I think they're identical. Oh, no, I bet the sub-channel, so we did an MD5 on the two. I'm pretty sure the difference is whether or not it was able to get a good read of some sub-channel data or not, because the actual file itself, or the Aaru file, is basically exactly the same size. So I'm gonna guess that it's just a difference of JPEG with or without the E for the 3 or 4 letter extension. Because I wouldn't be surprised if 5-letter file extensions are just forbidden in some systems. 4 letters is like barely tolerated. So I could see it just being that. Because they only say there's one Aaru file format when you look at their list of stuff. So I don't think there is an actual difference. Let's see. Oh, I didn't pay attention to that. It did save the IRSC code, right? Yeah, it did. So it's right there. Okay, that's good. Yeah, after this rip with my software, we will do the precap disc. So we can do the karaoke disc as well, but there's nothing it can do. That will be different. It will save the subcode in some format, but unless it supports exporting images somehow, which I really doubt, then it won't matter. So, yeah. I can look at that downloaded file wherever I put it that has the stuff. Yeah, I don't know where the cached files for that stuff ended up being. Let's see, say that to the VBox ext pack extension. What? So I was thinking the way everyone knows proper file names are 8.3. Okay, now I'm caught up. I still am very hesitant to put spaces in file names, so, but that's a problem for many more reasons. Mostly web-based. Oh, you know what? We haven't tried ripping DVDs at all. That's right. We still need to do that. Curious what it can export from that. Home cache VLC. Home cache VLC just has the album art file. This. So yeah. %20. Yeah. Yeah. So it has that, but it does not have the other stuff. Is it just art? There's no extension? That's weird. Delete that. Yeah, looking back at the cue sheet here, or actually, no, that's right, that doesn't help. The output of wherever it was, I guess not there. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see, open, no, this, audio CD, VLC. That's SR0. That's the wrong one. We don't want to open that one. I want to open this one. SR1. Oh my god. Oh. Oh. Ooh, there's another problem with Aaru. I know what that problem is, but there's another problem with it. Curious how many of you know what that problem is. I'm not going to answer for a moment. Because I know exactly what it is. I'm curious here. I don't know if it has the ability to fix it. Yep, 2 of you got it. Cody was first. Endianness. This needs to be byte swapped. This is wrong. So I bet if I skip to the end of the file here where it gets a little quieter, it'll have audible sound that makes sense. Or Dragonforce is just brick walled and you won't be able to tell. All right. Yeah, is this that? I think it is. Let's do this. Low volume stuff is in the middle now. Yes. No, I had this problem before. Like specifically, I ripped the Breath of the Wild soundtrack CDs, and I had an Indianness issue, and the music that plays in the shrines is really quiet, and it was weird because you could kind of make it out with the Indianness issue because it swaps where the stuff is, and it was still audible. So really quiet stuff can be heard through this sometimes. So, I think, yeah, how do we want to do this? See, does CDs not have standard Indianness? No, they do. They do. This did it wrong. That's what I'm saying. Aaru outputted the Indianness wrong. That's all. So B-Chunk can export the wave stuff. Let's look at the rip bin queue file here really quick. I just want to grab the command for B-Chunk. B-Chunk, okay. Okay, so bin queue track, perfect. So we'll grab this, all right, copy. We're gonna go to the Dragon thing here, Shift F4, and I'm just gonna have it export all of the tracks. Could not find dragon.bin, dragon.q, boom. All right, we have audio tracks. Is Audacity installed? I don't actually know if Audacity is installed. Open with, let's install Audacity. Sudo apt install Audacity. B-Chunk can byte swap, so we'll use that actually. But I want to see it first. So that's my goal here. I want to see the waveform and see if it makes sense as Indianness, and then we'll swap it and try that. And then we'll also check the other one, Poodle Hat. But that was an unexpected issue. It should know. Ooh. Oh, no. That doesn't make sense. I was going to say, it's possible that its CD driver is not byte swapped correctly, but it extracted files from the ISO, so that was valid. And it's got the, well, the CD text wouldn't necessarily be correct because that's in sub-channels. But, yeah, all right. Now we can open this in Audacity. Yeah, that looks like sample variation. So I think if we byte swap it, it'll probably be fine. So I'm gonna close that. Actually, we'll just play track one real quick. It'll be noise. There's a little bit of like actual audio at the beginning. Yeah. So I don't know what the deal is with that. If I play just that on loop, that sounds like actual intended music to me, potentially. But I don't like that there's not a whole lot going on there. But let's byte swap. Let's do it. Don't save, whatever. All right. So I'm gonna delete all of the track files. Boom. Add a -B. Boom. -S. -S. Boom. That'll byte swap. Open track one. Poor Aaru project. We just ran their software through the gauntlet. That was the intention. That's not right. Mikolas, yeah, we're pushing Aaru to its limits to see what we get out of it. Yeah, byte swapping was necessary. Is it possible that the CD has copy protection? It's messing up the CD-ROM player? We will find out when my rip finishes. So that's a thing that we'll see. That would be interesting. It's possible. We can do the same test with Poodle Hat, actually, if you want to try something else. But yeah, that's weird. I don't know how that type of protection works, but I've seen it. All right. Yeah, because it does seem like it's bits that are in there that should not be. It's some samples that are outside of where they're supposed to be. Because I could see that being a form of copy protection. I had not encountered that. That's interesting. I would be ticked if I actually wanted to rip the CD, but I don't really care. Want me to try a known rippable CD with Aaru? I have tons of classical music CDs. Indianness and wrong float format. Ooh, that would be interesting. I don't know if I could fix that. No need, Vorpal Sword. I got tons of audio CDs. Like, we're gonna rip this one. I know that one's fine. So yeah, I'm gonna be doing that no matter what. And I'm just gonna go over to the Poodle Hat one. That's gonna tell me in a moment here anyway. So CD, boom. Let's do test. And test, and I will at first not byte swap, just in case it makes a difference. Boom. All right, so this is non-byte swapped Weird Al. So let's try this. My software is finishing up the Dragonforce disk. So that's actually correct without byte swapping. Interesting. Wow, I didn't realize Poodle Hat was so compressed dynamically ranged wise. Huh. Well, this is going to be really interesting with the test of my software on Dragonforce. I might be adding another reason that that's a challenge disk. But yeah, that's totally working. Huh. And again, that was no byte swap. Weird. All right. This should have the first track done here. So let's see. Open with Audacity. That's fine. No issues. No out of place samples. That's all good. So, Aaru has an issue with this. Huh. Cool, J-Metal. Interesting. So, that sounded wrong. Yeah, the audio is going through the speakers. I'm not going to output this sound directly through capture because I'm playing copyrighted music. That would be a dumb idea. But I can tell you for certain, well, let's just look at this. I'll put the wave files side by side and you can see the issue. Well, it's FLAC on top, wave on bottom. But you can see there are these weird... oh, how did I do that? I don't want that. Oh, I did a zoom, and I didn't want to zoom. What is going on? Well, I did that somehow. Hold on, can I right-click? How do you zoom half wave? Nope, zoom, reset. There we go. Okay, if I zoom into the beginning, you'll see that there's this going on, and this is in the Aaru dump. So, yeah, that's wrong. Mute. Yeah, it does seem like it picked up some noise, but that shouldn't be possible. And it's not anything wrong with the CD or the drive because it ripped Poodle Hat just fine. So, sub-channel data leaking into the main data? Do all songs from it? Let's find out. Try a middle track. Yes. All tracks on the disc contain that from Aaru. And we can see them. They're the samples that are like poking up completely in weird places. So something is going on with the way Aaru is either ripping the disc or exporting the bin. Yeah, this is a weird issue. So that's a fail. That's just straight up a fail on Aaru somehow. So also here. Oh, you know what? All right. Here is CD text in the talk file. I bet whatever program I'm using in the script is not correctly converting CD text. How am I doing that? Control F Q. Convert bin Q. I don't know. Happens before that. Talk to Q. That's how I'm doing it. So, do I have Q convert installed? Q convert. I do. Okay, let's convert dragon.talk to test.q. I don't know if that'll work. Syntax error. Interesting, but we'll just go with that. Kate. That has it. Okay. So that's correct. Although performer, Dragonforce, performer, missing. Yeah, Q convert's not that great. I don't know what it is about it. Okay. Does this happen on all audio CDs? No. Again, I just played audio from this one here. So if I go up here, here are the files extracted from the Weird Al disc. All right. Open with Audacity. Here's a completely different track. All right. These are exported from the bin queue that Aaru created, and then no issues. That's very clean sounding. Yeah, Vorpal Sword Talk to Q is what I used in the script, and it did not output the CD text stuff. So Q convert was the alternative option. So do you think maybe not the drive being bad? I don't think it's a drive, because again, I just ripped the disc with my software, which is CDR-DAO based, and it worked fine. So it's Aaru. It is Aaru. It's 100% Aaru. Somehow Aaru is improperly ripping this disc. It might be that the disc does have DRM, and CDR-DAO has been written to work around the DRM, and it's fixing it. I don't know. But it can't be, you can't get the audio out of it. That's what it is. So, yeah, it's a weird interaction between Aaru and that CD, for sure. So trying Neo Geo CD with my script. Okay. All right, let's try, man, that was a really interesting result. I wish I had more, J-Metal's ripping Americana with CD text, so we'll actually have an answer if it could potentially be the sub-channel data bleeding over. J-Metal, I'm going to put the command for B-Chunk into chat right now so you can find that for when you export a bin. Is this it? That's not the one I was doing it with. No. Or was I doing it over here? I don't think I was. I'll just, you know what, I'm just going to type it. So, bchunk dash w star dot bin star dot q track. That is the command structure that you'll need to run to export waves from a bin queue that you can output with Aaru. So, okay. Aaru seems to be ripping audio way faster than CD Paranoia. I wonder if it does the... Yeah, I'm not sure that it is, because it is ripping a lot faster. And it's possible that the ripping multiple times thing actually fixes the issue. I'm not sure. But yeah, that's an interesting one. So, all right. Let's go ahead and pull that. That was perhaps the best test from all of this. I don't know what to read into that, though, because that's a... Multiple read error for error correction? Possibly. Well, it has multi-read for read error correction, but I don't know that it would potentially eliminate DRM stuff, because that's a weird problem. Okay, next CD going in is pre-gap hidden track. This should just work, but this will be another audio CD to test with to see if it has issues. So this will be interesting in that regard. See, Aaru Media Dump has many options. I don't see anything relevant though. Yeah, it can't export audio directly. See, I saw that GAP has support for pre-gaps. Yes, the Q does have support for pre-gaps. If we go back to this and we look at Poke Ear, wherever that ended up. Did I close it? I may have. There we go, Poke Ear. So technically, this is a pre-gap. Between 1 and 0 is technically pre-gap data. That's how that is displayed. Track 0 or index 0 specifies the start of the track. Actually, it's a little weird. Index 0 almost more specifies the end of the last track, because you'll notice there is no end. So it relies on the beginning of the next track to end the last track. So the distance between 0 and 1 is considered the pre-gap for that track. So that's how that works. This CD will have a track 0 index of about 1 minute. That's how it'll show up once we rip it. So yeah. How do you end the last track? The last track doesn't end. The disc has a special lead out section on it. That's how it works. So yeah, we can look at the regular CD here. So you can see it has index 1, and then it has lead out as the a fake thing there. See, did you play the Dragonforce CD the first time with VLC? Yes. So the Dragonforce CD plays back fine with VLC as an actual CD. So Q has a pre-gap command specifically for pre-gap before the first track. Are you sure that's not talk? Because I can't remember now. Dragon, talk, open with Kate. Track audio, no pre. I think actually it's all at the back. Oh no, that just has the start and ends there. That's in Aaru. Yeah, I'm not sure. A dedicated pre-gap command does sound familiar, but I'm not 100% sure. We'll see it in a moment. I'm going to close all these audio or text files because there's a whole lot going on there. Do not say project. There is one in the spec. Okay, I don't know how often it gets used. Right, let's do new. It's going to do factory. Boom. I didn't mean for that to be all caps, but stupid caps lock and, well, stupid me. All right, we're going to do Aaru media dump to factory. The album name is Factory Showroom by They Might Be Giants, so that's why factory. Okay. So we'll get this, and then we will convert or dump it to a bin queue. CD text from lead-in. What? Two are going to be fighting now, but I don't think this has CD text. Oh, it may. It's a Warner disc. I think it's late enough. Oh, wow. Is this going to have CD text? Well, this might... That won't necessarily be a good test, or... Oh, man, that's interesting. Okay. Oh, CD Info hates this disc because it can't handle the hidden track. It really does not like that. All right, there that goes. I did not realize this had CD text. That is really interesting. Actually, I can check that on my laptop, I think. If with this one you get, yeah, if you're right, Noodles, if this one has the noise as well, it might somehow be the CD text causing an issue. So that will be a very interesting test. We'll also have confirmation from J-Metal when they get their copy of Americana ripped. I'm going to attempt to remotely connect to my server where I may have ripped this disc before with my software to try and get a preview of how this is going to work. Let's see, rips. I don't have a copy of this, it looks like, already. No. Okay. So we'll have to re-rip this with my software as well to see how that ends up working out. Interesting. All right. Ah, hello, Silverdown. And special hello since it's your first time chatting here. Today we're doing the highly entertaining task of validating CD ripping software. So far, it's not going too great for what is supposed to be a highly preservationally focused archival program. That sounded fine and illegal at the same time. It's definitely legal. It's an interesting area that backing up CDs and other media like that operates in. In the US, it is legal to make backups of media, but it is illegal to defeat copy protection. So you're fine with making backups as long as they ask you to not, essentially is how it works. So yeah, that's kind of fun. See, gave you a Lenovo T430S yesterday. That thing is nice. I'm not super familiar with the laptops I think are that new, but I have a I believe a 42, and yeah, they're pretty nice. See, Ancient Wares Rips did use some funky software like Nero. It depends. Yeah, there's different ways that they did it. Like we actually looked at with the Hydro Thunder disk I have. Sometimes defeating the copy protection would just mean replacing a couple of assembly calls with blank no operations so that it just thinks it finds the disk. That's the exact kind of thing that they really want to avoid. But also things like decrypting Blu-rays so that you can actually get the video data out of them. But yeah. Generally, what I'm trying to do here is supposed to be above the copy protection. I want to copy the copy protection, because if you make a perfect copy, even of copy protection, then it should theoretically still work. Ooh, you know, actually, we could try a copy protected disk. Where is that? I've copies. I'm not sure if they've made it out of my boxes yet, because I don't actually care about the games too much, but Flight Simulator 2000 is a Microsoft game that has copy protection on the CD itself, and when I try and rip it with my script, it does not work. So that would be an interesting one to try with this, and it looks like it has not yet made it out of the boxes, so I'm gonna have to go on a minor adventure to find it. All right. Let me see how far along that rip is before we go and do that, because we're going to also rip this with my software, I suspect. So, yeah. Okay, let's see. This reminds me of the days I used Demon for ISOs. Oh, Demon. I'm trying to remember. I can't remember that program. Used a couple of programs. Alcohol 120% mostly was my go-to back in the day. So yeah, let's see. It's ISO mounting spoof thing. Ooh, yeah, no, okay, I know what that is. Yeah, I have used that. That's an interesting way of doing it. That's kind of the same thing, not defeating the copy protection by just working with it. So yeah, that's an interesting one. Ripped an audio CD, changed color on the top. That was most likely 9 Inch Nails Year Zero. That audio CD has a coating on it that changes color when it heats up. The disc itself is not read in any different way when you read it, but Year Zero is designed to look different when you take it out of the drive. It's white going in and black coming out, if I remember correctly. But yeah, it's a really cool thing to actually see in person. Okay, so this is on pass 1 of sub-channel data, so let's see if we can find my copy of, well, one of my copies of Flight Simulator 2000. And I will just go ahead and use phone cam to take you with me as we go looking. So you're talking about copy protection. I once ripped a game CD to get past copy protection. It didn't work without CD in the physical drive, but I could also use a blank CD. That's pretty good. That's a really bad implementation of whatever security they thought they had. If CD, then run. Okay. Oh, that's great. All right, let's go to here, and I'll leave that in the background so you guys can see that. And then if I do this, and I come over to here, should be able to, yep, we can see the phone. Boom. No? Why? Where is it? Phone RTMP. Did the IP address change or something? This is broadcasting. Let's see. I have a safe disk copy of Sim Theme Park World, which is one of the big reasons I built XP Machine. I didn't know that had copy protection. I might try ripping that because I should have a copy of that over there. Phone can't connect to server. Okay, I may have to check my IP address. IP ADDR is, no, it's the same. What gives? Why can't it connect? Is my phone not on Wi-Fi? Could that be it? That would be annoying. No, it's connected. See, my DVD of it just disappeared. Yep, Ratchet and Clank. Yep, Ratchet and Clank. Wave Rally! You know, that's definitely the game people remember with Wave in the name, that has jet skis. See, I kind of regret not buying that version of your merch shirt. Oh, the calculator? Let's see. Do you have any CD with XCP? I don't know. There's a lot of different copy protections. I guess let's go back to here since I can't find, can't get my phone to connect. We may put off the copy protection for a later day because we have enough things going on. This takes a while to rip each disc. So, but yeah. See, my DVD of it just disappeared somewhere. I had the case. One day I forgot about it, just gone. I assume talking about Ratchet and Clank. My biggest annoyance with secret files, Tsunga's copy protection. Without it, CD just refuses to run. Oh. Let's see, my copies are reissued by a third-party company. However, both versions have copy protection. Let's try to duplicate my cousin's copy. I don't know what you're talking about, Flare Spire. Is there more context? Is that Ratchet and Clank? Because I didn't have any issues at all copying that. Oh, Sim Theme Park. Yeah, I can go look for that real quick. That might just be chilling over here. Love that game. So I might have it out already. It was less so that I went through trying to pick games that I really like to put on the shelf, and more that those were the boxes I opened. Because there are definitely some ones that I really like that haven't made it out here, but I tried to peek in some boxes and prioritize some things, so that might be out here already. Let's see. Because there's also some dumb stuff that made it onto the shelves too that I will never care about. So I see SimCity 3000. Oh, there's Flight Simulator 98. So close. I don't know that one has DRM on it. Yeah, the Sim Theme Park may not have made it out here yet. Alright, that's unfortunate. There's some more stuff down there, but not Theme Park. Over here, Sim Theme Park, found it. Alright, so you're telling me this has DRM. I had not experienced that before. That'll be interesting. This is Gold Edition, because I do have two boxed copies of this, Gold Edition and not Gold Edition. So, we'll try this one, because that's the first one I found. So, for the record, why did the display turn off? Great. Nope, didn't go into standby. Yeah, let's fix that. Got Flight Sim 98 too. Cool. I actually have a bunch of scenery expansions for that stuff that I've been meaning to rip. These are some of the more critical things that I need to get to. Let's go to here. Yeah, these I really need to do. These are third-party expansions for Flight Sim that have not been backed up to the best of my knowledge. But I want to get them backed up correctly before I actually do it. So that's why all this research. Oh, here we go. Finished. Okay, let's do the conversion to a bin queue. Convert. Factory. Boom. Perfect. And then factory bin. No, queue. Ooh, that's weird. Queue. There we go. It'll output it. Then we will run bchunk. Say I really want to try out one of the M1 Max. I've been curious about those as well, but I probably won't because money. See, bchunk -w factory.bin factory.q track. Boom. All right. Now let's see if this has garbled sound. See, Gold Edition is just some patches and fixes for the regular game. Yes. That's correct. So it's not the CD text that causes it. All right. Now, interesting, if we go to here and we look at the queue, like I mentioned, it will start about 1 minute in. Boom. Because this has the hidden track. Now, one way we could rip the hidden track here is by adjusting this to be 0. And then 0. And now we will just rerun bchunk and it will replace track 1 with the hidden track. Boom. Oh, that did not work. Why did that not work? Let's see. Factory.q should be saved. Okay. Offset all the tracks by 1 and add a new track 1 for the hidden one. So what you want is boom, track 2. And then 0 should be this. This should be the way to rip it. It really should. I might need to delete it. bchunk may not clobber the old files. Boom, 38.9 megs. That's going to be wrong. Yeah, that's not it. All right, we're going to do the CD Paranoia way. CD Paranoia. Oh, man, how do you do this? This is more complicated. I don't remember it offhand how you do it. That one's harder. CDP test. This. Okay. W last index rip blah blah blah. Index. I think it might be something like this. 0.0 to 0 1.01.0 to test.wave. Time sector, go beyond specified track. Okay, there's a way of forcing it then. Man, CD, Paranoia. Okay, CD, Paranoia -H. Yeah, okay, so that's right. Did I do a dash? Yeah, I did a dash. Okay, there's a way of telling it to just do it without showing an error. Never skip, sample offset, talk bias, force read speed, force generic driver, force overlap. raw query, force progress bar, W probably, because I got it there. What is W? Output wave? No. Man, I just did this. W. 1 won't work because 1 is the second track, actually. All right, so if I play that, yeah, that is the first track. Why is this not working? Is this a drive that can't do this? Okay, one moment. So I'd looked into this yesterday, actually. All right, the -O. What is O? Sample offset. Add number. Oh, okay. I see what I did here. We're gonna offset O, and it's going to be 2646000. That'll do it. You have no idea how much I regret selling my Plex Store drives. Yeah, Plex Store drives do this kind of stuff much easier. That's for sure. All right, now this will do it. No, that's wrong. What? Maybe 0. 0. 0. Okay, now it's starting to bug me. Time to buy them back. Yeah, my eyes are absolutely on it. So, no, it shouldn't have been 0 last time. That's weird. It's like this drive is refusing to work. Whoa, that's a thing. Well, we'll see what happens. That's the hidden track. That's correct. Okay, so I got it. So what happens is when you go beyond the boundaries of some tracks on drives, they'll complain, they'll throw errors because you're not supposed to be able to do that. So what's happening here is I'm actually reading data before the first track claims to start. Like I mentioned in the Q file here, it actually starts, oh no, I have it right here. It starts 1 minute into the data on the disk. So it's already into there. And it has to do this to tell you the offset from the actual start of the disk. But it's still considered illegal as far as a drive is concerned when you're trying to access data before that, even if there is valid data. So that's a thing. But yeah, there are some other drives that I kind of wish we had the other system working, because one of the 3 drives in there will lie and it will say that's all zeros. You can run the exact same command on it and it will just tell you no data exists before that. You can go as far back as you want. You can go hours before. It'll report zeros instead of actually giving you the data. This drive at least reports the data back. So yeah, I have done this before. That's how I knew what that offset is. That offset, that number I put in there, I believe that's the length of the whole track. That has to be calculated with the number of like sectors or whatever. I'm not going to look into that right now. It's possible to do this, and it's a whole huge pain. So yeah. So yeah, this is the only hidden track disk I have. So Flare Spire, maybe it varies on a disc by disc basis. It will, because the length of the hidden track will be different, but that's the only hidden gap track I have, so it's the same offset for this as it was last time. See, could you just add a track on the end of the queue file that would be that time that was originally omitted? So I was kind of trying to do that here by putting a time, making it seem like it was before this, but it still wasn't working, because like that is theoretically all I should need to do is set the start of this track to 0 instead of 1, but it still wasn't ripping it like that for some reason. So yeah, I don't know. Ooh. That's using the Aaru rip. Hold on, can you hear me? Yeah, you can. Okay, because I kind of ripped on the audio cable. I wonder if Aaru is not putting the data in there because it happens before the track index. Should we re-rip this with my software? If we do, that'll probably be the last thing we can rip before we're out of time. I don't know what else we'd rip this. Or DVD. I don't know. We have had very, very mixed results today. So the other thing is I already have a rip of this disc with the bin queues. I could probably download it from my server quicker and we could rip it, but I don't know. We can just do it. All right, single, open with Kate. I'm gonna call this factory. The whole point of the test discs is that I'm ripping them many, many times to test things. So yeah, let's just go ahead and do that. So these hidden tracks remind me of some LPs that have hidden C64 programs. I think there's only one. But yeah, that is a thing. It's meant to be weird and hard to get to. On records, it's actually more common that the locking groove would appear before the last track is played, and then you'd have to lift it up, move it slightly further in, and drop it down. And then you could have a hidden track after the locking groove. So that was a thing. Definitely more common than C64 programs. Let's see, did you know that some gramophone discs, or whatever they're called in English, have weirdness like multiple parallel spiral tracks? Vorpal Sword, as far as I'm aware, that is exclusively a Jack White record that was made that has an acoustic versus an electric intro on the lead-in song. And then on the other side, the record actually plays inside out, if I remember correctly. And it was intended to be a demonstration of their ability of their pressing plant to make really interesting and high quality discs. So, see, I think you forgot the line break. No, it will. There's the line break. It's good. Yeah, there it goes. It just... CD, this is running CD info right now. CD info hates this disc with a passion. It hates the pre-gap information on it. That's why it's not running. So now it's going. Oh, if you forget that. Yeah. So the way that the program works here is at the bottom it uses, what is it, IFS to read in the file. And the line N is used as the delimiter for stuff, and then it separates out into different variables, all the stuff there. It's doing a CSV in Linux is kind of weird. So, yeah. Let's see. I think there was Monty Python record with concentric spiral grooves. Really? Huh. Oh, that's a different thing. That did actually exist. You're right. There was I can't remember, did Techmoan do a video on this? I think he might have. There's like a random party game record that you could play where you would have, the horse races, or it would have horse races, so that you could have like random outcomes and like bet on it. That is a thing. You're right. So when it says 0 is the start, it's not going to do that. It's not going to rip the hidden track. The software doesn't automatically do that. Let's see, why is there no desktop Goose? Do you want like a, oh my gosh, how can I not remember this? I don't know, the purple monkey guy. But for Linux, is that what you want? Like an animated character that runs around? Bonzi Buddy, that's it. You want a Bonzi Buddy for Linux? That's a Goose. If it was the Untitled Goose, that would be hilarious if you like left files on your desktop randomly and it just moved into the trash can or put them in weird folders or something. I could definitely see that being entertaining, as long as you only keep unimportant files on there. It is the Untitled Goose, all right. Someone made that as joke malware. Oh, that's great. Yeah, Mikolas, that's a different thing that definitely lasted or happened. Only 50 seconds. All right, let's click this. You're not going to see it because I don't have Twitch chat on here. Trying over top of the things is pretty good. Oh, moving the mouse cursor. That's a good one. Yeah, first-person shooters typically work by moving the cursor back to the center automatically. So if you try to move the cursor and the application can't put it back to center, it constantly thinks it's accelerating. Fun fact about mice, the way they work, they actually report basically the exact same way as a joystick does. So if you hold forward, the mouse cursor moves up. So the first-person shooters use that as relative information, the movement of the mouse. How far away from center the mouse cursor moves is how quickly you're panning. So yeah, that's it. That's kind of how that works. So yeah, when you don't allow the mouse cursor to pop back to center, it loses the ability to tell how fast it's moving, and it will just think that you're whipping it constantly because it's always being moved if it's away from center. So yeah. See, anyone else copying Blu-ray from PS4 via FTP? That sounds interesting. I could probably do that with my PS3 that I have set up for that. But yeah, that's nice. See, how many tracks are there on this? It's hard to tell because they're all set up weird. 13. Okay. So around 5 out of 13. Yeah, that one, that program thing, the Untitled Goose pet thing, is a little nicer than what I was thinking, since it's not deleting files from your desktop. Seems to be ripping at about 2x speed. If you mean like actual drive speed, probably. This method is not super fast. Aaru, I feel, rips faster, but that could be it not doing the multiple rip checking, which is not necessarily required, but it's not a bad step. So yeah, this will be I'm not actually sure what we're trying to get out of this test. Oh, the ability potentially to rip the hidden track from modifying the queue. That could be interesting. Also just comparing the queue. Oh, did we determine whether or not this had CD text? Did it make a factory bin CD text thing? Open with Kate. File factory.bin. Okay, so it claimed to have CD text, but it may not actually have CD text. That would be interesting. I wonder if it has the CD text field in it, but it's not populated. See, what's your opinion on an exact audio copy? I've never used it. It doesn't really matter. All of them work the exact same. There's no difference. They can only use the drive, and they can only do what the drive can do. So they just rip the disk multiple times, essentially, and then can do an average of it, or see which one showed up the most. So, yeah. I've not used Exact Audio Copy because it's on Windows, but it works exactly the same as CD Paranoia. No one program is going to magically get you better audio quality by ripping the CD in a different way. You know, Vorpal Sword, it's not what you're trying to say at all, but it made me think of an interesting thing. There's no reason that CD Paranoia or EAC couldn't have like the ISRC code or whatever for that exact recording. And then if you rip it badly, it could send you an IPS file to patch it. Because technically, I think IPS files for patching like game ROMs to mod them have been around for long enough that they haven't been found to be technically copyrighted code. Excuse me. So that would be kind of funny, huh? Because then you could fix your bad rips. I mean, the problem that you would have to have a server database that could generate those on the fly, of course, with all like CDs ever ripped, but kind of it depends on what you're ripping, whether or not it's truly unique or you're just kind of trying to avoid downloading stuff for piracy reasons. So yeah, see, that's how you mod a lot of PS2 games with PCS X2X. Oh yeah, like Super Nintendo mods, there's all sorts of mods that are done with IPS files. Yeah. Oh, CDs are so slow. This always takes so much longer than I think it's going to. Last track at least, and then we can see if we can extract the hidden track from the bin file. I'll be curious if the bin files are... Oh, we didn't actually check if the bin files had the same hash. So let's see. Bin for Dragon is 630. Dragonforce. Bin 656 from Aaru. So the Aaru bin file is larger than the CDR-DAO one. See, Whipper for Linux appears to support AccuRip 2. That's why I asked about it. Just, I would use, it really, I wouldn't get bogged down on things like that. Just find something that works. Because I don't know why people get overly religious about these different things with CD ripping, and it's not really necessary. So I would just leave it at that. I rip to a bin file as a bin queue, and then I extract audio from that. If the bin file is wrong, then it won't work. So, yeah. Use CD Paranoia, then convert to FLAC. Yeah, I want a trail of everything, so I actually save the bin queues for the CDs that I rip. So, but I go way excessive. Okay, so the bin file from Factory Showroom is 440 megabytes with CDR-DAO, and with Aaru it is 440. Ooh, 440.9, 440.9. Haha, we have a potential match here. Okay, properties, checksums. Let's calculate this checksum. So ends in Debbie 8. Okay. This one, properties, checksums, ends in something else. Okay, so they're not the same despite being nearly the same size. Interesting. I don't think Aaru, so far, it really doesn't seem like it is doing rip consensus, where it is re-ripping multiple times to do it. Do you keep every bin queue? I do. let me put it this way. I have, let's say, 1,000 CDs, all right? If I want to keep all of the bin queues, let's assume, worst case, each one's a gigabyte. That's one $40, 1 terabyte hard drive to just keep all the bin queues forever. It's not a big deal, really. So, yeah. That's how I look at it. So, all right, the bins are not the same. That's a little interesting. And I will demonstrate here if I go through all of this and I play the first track here, it will not have the hidden track. Nope. So there's that. See, Aaru doesn't really seem that amazing so far. Hans, that's kind of what I was trying to determine here, is whether or not it seems to be the way to go. So far, no. With the Dragonforce CD, I actually feel like I shouldn't even be adding it to my script yet, because if it's doing bad rips, then I would have to go through and re-rip everything with it. So, yeah. One thing I'm going to have to do here before I leave is I'm going to have to copy definitely the Dragonforce files off of here so that I can put them up somewhere for reference for them. Because, yeah. Whoa, you're still ripping Americana, J-Metal? How is your disc damaged? At least past 5 is it for the sub channels. That's where it gives up. Whoa. Yeah, I can report a number of things here. Okay, let's take a look at the bin queue for this. So here is the queue from, ooh, that's interesting. This queue starts there at 0. Huh, okay. That's super weird. Yeah, absolutely. Reporting the bugs to help improve it is definitely the way that this kind of stuff has develops over time. See, it has some scratches that could be causing issues, yes? Okay, that makes sense. This is weird. Okay, so these queues are totally different. This one, I added that. So it starts at 0 is 1 minute, 1 second, 4:41 and 4:40. There's a 10 frame difference. 52:10, 52:10. 52:10, 52:10. These are very strange. Huh. I wonder if... Oh my gosh! I know how to rip the hidden track with B-Chunk. I'm an idiot. Okay, hold on. Index 1, 0, 0. Index 0 here becomes this. Boom. Boom. This would work on either one of these. Bingo. Now, CD Paranoia. Actually, no, B-Chunk. Track 1 is now the hidden track. Guaranteed. It is. Bingo. Okay, let me explain what I just did, because I had a realization here. This is something I mentioned a little earlier. The track indexes don't actually define the start and end of the tracks. They just define the start. The index 0 of the next track defines the end of the previous track. And then the distance between index 0 and index 1 is the space between the two tracks. So it's more like each track specifies the blank lead-in and then the actual track itself. but there is no end that's specified until the next track. So what I did is I set the start of track 2 to the actual start of track 1, and then the start of track 1 to the beginning of the hidden track for track 1. So, this will work on this one as well. So if I set this to track 1, set this to 0:00, then remove this and put it up in here into track 2, go over to here, rerun the exact same command. It will replace all of these with the same thing. So if I open track 1 here, this should now contain the hidden track, and it does. So they both bin files contain the hidden track in the output. I just forgot how to do it the easy way. Okay, there we go. Blah. Okay, let me undo all that so I can save it without it being modified. There. Okay. Back on course. Now, the thing that is different here is that the way Aaru seems to be saving pre-gap information does not align with the way that CDR-DAO is doing this. That's weird. Flare Spire, did I answer your question? Because I'm not sure what that pertains to now. Also, fun fact, it should be totally possible. I haven't actually done this, but the way that it works, it would make sense. I should be able to take the bin file and just dump it into here. Oh, it thinks it's that. Okay. Okay, good. You can import import raw data and then just find the bin file. Import that. Should be stereo 8-bit CDs. What, 10-bit? Ooh, maybe we can't do this. See, what should I try next? Sega Saturn, Wii, PS2? Honestly, all those kinds of things. The game consoles are so standardized that it's really not that difficult. Do keep in mind PS2 has both CDs and DVDs, so you'll run into both kinds of those. But yeah, those are probably more likely to work than the weirdo CDs that I'm showing here. CD audio is 16-bit. Oh, is it? Okay. Well, oh well. Oh, we'll try it. Okay, hold on. Audacity. File, import, raw data, factory bin, 8-bit, I guess it's 16-bit signed. It's 4410, that is right. Stereo, I don't remember what the endianness is. Let's go with little first. See. There we go. Imported the entire bin file as an audio track. So if you have a hidden track, this would probably be the easiest way to get it out, is to just do this here, because yeah, you can just get it. No weird offsets needed. Just grab that, boom, export, done. If all you care is about preserving the audio. If you want to preserve this like structure and all that stuff with the actual timing, then you're gonna have to work a little harder. But yeah, the bin file is just waves are just raw data dumped into a file. That's all those are. They're kind of like the BMPs of audio. So a bin file that just contains all the raw audio data is exactly the same as a bunch of waves all squished together. So yeah, that's why you can do this. I could probably, actually, now that I think about it, just rename the extension wave and then open that. No. Okay, it must be missing headers or something. But yeah. All right. Oh boy. Okay. Let's start working on what we've learned here and what the end results of this are. Because this was an interesting day today for sure. Because yeah, I probably should wrap this up and then see. I think one of you said you were submitting a bug request to or opening an issue with Aaru about the multi-session CDs, so we don't need to do that. But let me go through and make a list here of all of the things that are kind of weird that we ended up seeing today, because there were definitely a bunch. So I'll just leave that up there. Finally on to hashing. Okay, we'll stick around for JMetal's thing, kind of like with the CPM disk, see if that worked. I'm curious if he has issues. You're still gonna have to extract or export the bin queue. But yeah, you're not submitting any further bugs? Okay, because I have the files. I should be the one to submit them. So, okay, let me go through everything that we did here. So, we ripped the multi-session. So, multi-session bin queue. All right, not supported. So that's a thing. Can't export audio, that's fine. Can't export HFS, that's fine, because they mentioned that. Those are known issues in that case. They know that they could be working on that. They probably have bigger fish to fry. Those are kind of, like I said about not wanting to bother supporting HFS, exporting, it's kind of more trouble than it's worth to add something like that. So yeah, could try ripping one of the games you grabbed while we wait for JMetal. No, because it takes so long to rip, and I want to end this in like the next 4 to 10 minutes here, so it would take longer to do all that than I have time for. So yeah, this might be something I play around with more at home or off time. It kind of sucks I can't do it with my IDE drive. I think I do have a USB 3 SATA adapter somewhere. I don't know if it ended up over here or where. I do have one. I could try that with a drive, but I don't know how well that'll work. I suspect it'll work fine, but yeah, that's why I had to do this, because guess I could also just buy a new external drive that's already SATA. But then I run the risk of not having the support for the features like the pre-gap stuff, whereas with the USB adapter, I can swap out the drives until I find one. So okay, multi-session, it's bad. Dragonforce, weird samples, Dragonforce, sampling, issue, okay. The multi-index disk, it correctly shows the different indices there, so that's a thing. I'm curious now how the didn't I rip this with my CD? Hold on, or my software? Where'd it go? Did I delete it? Well, I guess I have the table of contents for this. Start is 08. Here, start is yeah, so for track 2, start is 08. Oh, that's right. This gets messy. That's right. Table of contents or CDR-DAO's talk files are relative to the start of the track, and it does actually specify a start and end for the track. Talk files are weird compared to Q files, so I can't directly easily compare these two to see. I would have to, well, talk to Q, poke, there. Missing Q name. Oh, poke.q. There. Now I have a Q. Okay, so 1452 compared to, wow, 4 seconds difference? 1460. Oh, it eliminated 0. I don't know what's going on there. Track, so 0. These have very different index positions for table of contents, so I'm not really sure what's going on there. Different track indices. I'm gonna have to look through that more to figure out what's going on there, so that's another distinction. Is there anything else that we encountered that was kind of weird? Because I'm now starting to draw a blank because it's been 4 hours. I'm not going to mention anything about the bin file for the CD text because that appears to be a supported standard and it worked when I tried it, so that's fine. You know, I don't know, did we mount? Oh, is it still doing the bad byte swapping? Hold on. Let me mount factory showroom. Okay, let me do this really quick. I'm gonna eject all the discs that are currently in here. Boom, boom. Okay, so there will be no CDs mounted. Okay, we're gonna go to factory showroom. I'm gonna mount the Q file with the CD emu. All right, we're gonna play this with VLC, and I want to hear if it has Indian issues. No, that's fine. Oh, that's my modified Q file. No. For some reason, this is playing the hidden track. And then the actual file. Okay. Weird. Did you write down the bad sound? Bad sound? Oh, yes, that's what I'm checking right now. This plays fine. For some reason. Let's go ahead and play Poodle Hat instead. That might actually be better. Hold on, cancel. Because I'm writing down, Dragonforce had a sampling issue, if that's what you're talking about. How do you get the bin file export from Aaru? Hold on. I'll grab the command for you here. Or at least show it. You know, I'll just type it over. Might be interesting to try that CD in a different drive too. Oh, okay. Till Wolf got it. That is correct. Okay, eject that, boom. All right, go to, we could do poke here. You know what, that's just regular CD audio, let's do that. Okay, open the CD emu client. All right, audio, play. Technically, I could even play this because it's samples. I got like licenses for it, so you know. Huh. JMetal, do export a Q file. All right, these are correct. These are right. So there's something really weird about the Dragonforce CD. Because if I eject this, go back, Dragonforce, Q, mount CD emu, boom, play with VLC, wrong. So it's possible that the Dragonforce CD just has like weird DRM on it somehow, and that could be what that is. But that CDR-DAO copies it tells me that it's possible to actually do it. So yeah. So in theory, if you're able to 100% rip a disk to a file that is intentionally bad bits on it as a form of copy protection, rather than being corrected by the drive and have something write back the image of the disk without correcting the bad bytes with copy protection, be happy with it. Theoretically, that should be true. Floppy disks can be done like that if they have like special magic bits or something that they go look for, or things like that. So, yeah. Did you write multi-session queue not being a thing? Yes. That is here at the top. Multi-session bin queue not supported. I guess I'll just bring this back. So there's the three things that I've got. The track indices don't line up with CDR-DAO. Dragonforce has a sampling issue of some kind. It seems byte swapped and has weird things. Byte swapped. Noise? Question mark. So I think that's everything. I feel like there was a fourth thing too, but I don't remember what it was. It might have been the CD text thing, because I was a little weirded out by that, but I can't think of anything else that has been an issue. It didn't export HFS files. That was a thing, but we're giving them a pass on that because they mentioned that. B-Chunk got me 13 tracks and an ISO. Yeah, that makes sense. The ISO will be the ISO 9660 file system that contains the second session's content because it can't do multi-session stuff. CD text lacked catalog number. No, it has the catalog number. See, well, if we get software that does, might have to test it on my copy of Sim Theme Park, see if I can get a 100% duplicate disc. Yeah, could be. Missing genre. Missing genre was a thing. Missing Genre, it's a minor thing, but it is a thing that they could fix. Missing genre from CD text. So that is a thing. I'm just gonna go ahead and save this. Home, Aaru, notes, because I'm gonna be plugging one of my, you know, I'm just gonna move this over right now. Plugging an SSD in here to transfer all these files off of it. So let me just go ahead and do that right now. Why can't I unmount it? Cough. Okay, it's unmounted. Let me grab a cable here. Move some stuff over. See, will the front panel work? It would be nice if it did. That looks like, well, maybe. The light on the SSD turned on. I'm just gonna plug it into the back. I don't think that thing works. Yeah, I'm trying to think. All the discs we ripped. Let me just physically look at each individual disc we ripped again one more time. Yeah, that worked. Okay. And then we will try and use that to determine everything. Did we solve the pre-gap issues? Yes. Yeah, that was PEBCAC. So don't worry about that. Okay, I'm just going to copy that whole folder. Copy. Let's see. This is where the front panel USB has power hooked up, but the data is disconnected. It has the front header thing. Let's see. All this ripping has been harder than playing real retail Blu-ray discs on a movie on a Raspberry Pi. Yeah. They sound correct? Interesting. Okay. Huh. So it's definitely, it's got to be just Dragonforce then, because it's not the CD text getting into the actual audio. Okay, that's good to know. That was a good test. So I'm going to copy that here too, and then I will just open that one and then close the other one. Boom. Okay. Like I said, let me physically hold every single disc we looked at. So we did Dragonforce, we did Weird Al, did Pokeer. We haven't done PlayStation, which actually requires byte swapping, but that's a different thing. So, Weird Al has Blue Book, multiple sessions, did not do multiple sessions, that's noted. Does not, this has a hybrid ISO 9660 file system with HFS on it. It did report that. It did not export the files, but that's a known issue. So that is a thing. There was no CD text on this, if I remember correctly. So that is all fine. I don't think there are any other things to worry about there. Okay, Poke in the Air. This is the multiple track indices. It reports them all correctly. It does not have any issues with that. It can't export audio files to begin with from audio CDs, so having it export between the track indices is not a thing that's possible, so that's not a possible thing. So that can be forgiven because they mentioned that specifically, but it does export the track indices correctly, so that's fine. Dragonforce, it sucks at. It gets the CD text on it, and it shows that it saves it in a bin file instead of into the Q sheet, but that's a thing. I mean, I could mention that. CD text in bin, not Q, as something that's just weird or potentially less easy to work with. Just had a brainwave. Could some CDs have been just mastered weirdly when they were made? It's possible. This is more likely a DRM issue, if I'm gonna guess. I don't know why it's like this. I could try and look it up, see if there's anything weird about that that's known, but I don't know. See, CD text and talk was missing completely. That is a thing. Talk, CD text, missing. Okay, so that is definitely a thing. I consider that like super low bar. Like, I would rather they work on exporting audio from Redbook discs before that. That's nothing. I would rather they work on just listing files in an HFS partition before that. That's, again, CD text and talk, not important, but it is a thing that was noticed. So that can be put there as like a, you know, roadmap feature or something. I don't know. Okay, pre-gap disk. It ripped this just fine. I was able to confirm that the binary file does contain the pre-gap data, which also CDRDAO did. I was able to modify the Q sheet to export the file. The track indices are wildly different on this, though, compared to CDRDAO, so that is something to note that I have. Outside of that, everything else is fine. So, I think that probably wraps it up. I don't think it can do anything, with CD karaoke data disks. To the best of my knowledge, there is nothing that can export those files, so I could mention that, but it's kind of like they know probably, so that's not a thing to worry about at the moment. But yeah. Okay, so we have 6 notes of potential issues. Yeah. Is the format of them known? I don't know. I think there is a single program on Linux that can actually export CD plus G images from a real disk directly, and they had to do it that way because until this program there was nothing that stored subchannel data. So I don't know how it does it. If I was going to guess, I would suspect that it is a monochromatic BMP file, essentially. It's just a grid, an array of 1s and 0s that gets sent over the CD. It'll probably just have like a start point, then a bunch of pixel information that is probably pre-formatted. There's probably like a set resolution, so it might be like 128 by 128 or something. But yeah, it's not fancy. I believe it's monochromatic, and yeah. So theoretically, it could save it, but I don't know how to confirm that yet. One thing I could do is try and have it export subcode data if it can. I don't know if that's like a thing it can do, but yeah. You've never heard of this karaoke image thing before. So I'll just real quick show this. So this is a karaoke CD, all right? And what this is this is a regular audio CD, all right? Nothing weird, it's not a DVD or anything. But what it has on it is in the subcode data, you'll see the CD plus G right there. In the subcode data, it will actually display the lyrics on a device capable of displaying this. So like Laserdisc players frequently had the ability to display CD plus G information. You could put this in one of those, and then when this plays, you can have the lyrics display on screen so that you can sing along with it. So that was probably the primary usage of CD plus G, was karaoke. So you don't have to have a lot of resolution, and monochrome is completely fine for this. So that is what a CD plus G disc is. So yeah, wait, what? Laserdisc player for playing CDs? Yeah, so laser karaoke was another big thing because it was video. It was really easy to encode lyrics into a video disc. I have some video laser discs, none of them here. I don't have a laserdisc player in this office right now, unfortunately, or else I'd run that and show you. But yeah, laser karaoke, big thing. I actually have a video about a laser karaoke player where I show that. The subs are hard-coded. That's, if that means something. That's how that works. But this is different because it's an audio CD with it as like an extra data layer. So yeah, laserdisc is analog. It is, yeah, it's analog-ish, but yeah. See, wasn't something like slow scan TV? Hellencroft, I'm not sure, because I only own Laserdisc players that do it. I assume it's standard NTSC or PAL or whatever. I came this close to buying a dedicated CD karaoke player that I saw at Goodwill the other day, but it's kind of dumb to buy one. I don't have a collection of karaoke discs I actually like or want to sing karaoke with. Like, the only reason I own this is because it has stuff like Aha's Take on Me, Don't You Forget About Me by Simple Minds, I Want to Know What Love Is by Foreigner. Yeah, there's good stuff on there, but the weird thing is that some of those are like MIDI covers that are like instrumentals, and it's weird. Those discs are really cool when you can get them without or just as a karaoke disc. So yeah. See, can you write sub channel data to a CD? Yes, that you can do. But it's your software will have to actually know to do it. So that's the thing. Yeah. But yeah, there we go. We have a list of issues. The Dragonforce disk makes me really hesitant to start using Aaru as the de facto way to rip CDs and stuff, because if it's, I don't know if CDR-DAO is defeating copy protection in the background without mentioning it. I'll really quickly look here at the log for that to see if it has anything about that. CD rip log. Let's see. Nope, doesn't mention anything weird like oh, I found DRM bypassing. No. So I don't know. I don't know why that one fails, but that makes me, like I said, it makes me hesitant to try and use it for everything. So it's 288, 192 canvas, number of paint commands, and definable bitmaps. Yeah, that's what I figured. 16 color. Wow. It's got to be super low frames per second then. Huh. Interesting. But anyway, yeah, converting that from the subcone data that Aaru can save would be a whole thing. So, yeah, all right. I'm really happy with today. We made real progress today. We learned actual information about Aaru, so yeah, this was definitely a good day that was very helpful. I should, you know, now that I think about this, I should copy the stuff that I ripped with my program to my SSD as well. So let's go ahead and put that on there just to be sure. Yeah, very low bit rate. Yeah, yeah. It probably works a lot like a basic drawing interface. So yeah. But okay, I think we're gonna wrap this up because I don't want to rip any more stuff at the moment, and have plenty of bugs that I need to go work on reporting. So yeah, let's run the outro here. All right, well, thank you all for hanging out. This was a very, very productive stream. I'm really happy with the progress we made today here, and yeah, coming in 2 hours early to work on the computer made a big difference in how well this went today. So that was time well spent, and yeah, learned some stuff. Aaru, I'm mixed on. I want to actually had some conversation with the developer over Twitter. They offered reaching out over Discord to ask any questions and stuff. So I might, you know, hit them up there first before I open like a bunch of issues on GitHub, just to see what they may or may not already know, and talked about them with some stuff. So yeah, after these two streams, I may give Aaru a chance despite the mixed results. Yeah, that's basically what I would think too. It's close. So yeah. Discovered my Nero 5.5 CD has some weird audio tracks at the end. Interesting. I have a copy of Nero. I might have to investigate that. But yeah, this was very educational and really exciting. So I'm not sure what the correct path going forward is going to be here, but it seems like Aaru is a step in the right direction, so I'm looking forward to it. Well, if you enjoyed this stream, I'm sure this is not going to be the only CD ripping stream that I do, so you might want to either follow me on Twitch or subscribe on the YouTube channel where these VODs will end up. If you want to help support the channel, you can sub on Twitch or find me on Patreon or buy a shirt like this one. But that is it for the moment, and I will see you next time.